my stress level is like hitting the ceiling. I called the ACLU today, okay? I know it's Saturday. I know. I'm dealing with a lot. And I feel the need to voice myself. I cannot believe the things that I am seeing going on right now, that we have white supremacist groups. Let's just be frank. Let's just be honest about the things that we're seeing. And let's stop beating around the bush about what's going on here. Okay? If you look at the people in ICE who are marching around on the streets right now, doing harm to civilians and American citizens, kidnapping families. These people are wearing the same mask over the exact same mask. They're in uniform. They're wearing the same shit that the Proud Boys are wearing at their fucking rallies, okay? Let's be frank. I got a lot I want to say. But to me, looking at what I'm seeing, it's pretty apparent who our ICE agents are. Now, first of all, I would say, like, deploying militias against the civilian populace, just against innocent women and children and people who are just trying to do their thing, getting through their daily lives, is just fucking ridiculous to me. And there is by no means in any way that this is excusable, because American citizens have been getting taken overseas to this concentration camp. Why are we not yet taking this situation seriously enough? And then other than that, no, anybody, I don't give a damn. If you support that, you are one dumb motherfucker. First of all, you obviously cannot see what is going on around you right now. And if you want random ass people that you don't even know who they are being militarily applied against and towards the American people, again, I'm going to say your survival instincts fucking suck, bro. No, we need to get honest as a people about what it is that we're dealing with here, okay? I'm sorry, I am so mad. I have been through so much shit. Alright, but if you look at the backlogs, like, see, this is where things get tied up for me, because it's like I'm constantly trying to explain the same thing over and over again. I'm a government whistleblower that was working at the Colorado Department of Labor during the pandemic prior to all of this stuff, and I feel that I witnessed gross negligence and fraud. Alright, this is my website. It is available in the link in my bio, okay? Whatever platform you're on. So here we're on Blue Sky, alright? If you look at my bio and you go to this and you click this link, it's going to give you access to all my platforms. I have 2 TikTok accounts. There's one here, and then there's one down in my links. Don't forget to get your Real Patriots Punch Nazis t-shirt. Screw it, I'm on my link tree. You know, I'm a plug right now. There's that. So you will find all my resources, and we got to go to my website. Okay? So it says my personal website. Click on that. And then we go to this right here where you can download my book for free. Download my book for free right there. This is the title of my book, and we'll click on it, and you get this book that is 238 pages long. I forget that I'm on, like, YouTube now. So if you go to barnesandnoble.com and you type in Waffles Mcgrawl. Alright, I need to get used to filming for YouTube. But yeah, if you go to barnesandnoble.com and you type in Waffles Mcgrawl, you'll find my book. This is my book. It is free. You will have to plug in a credit card number to even be able to download it, though, because that's how Barnes & Noble works. So you could go to my website. And I also think that this ebook, the free ebook, is less readable because they reformatted it for me to be able to submit it so that it'll read in the thingy-mabob, your ebook reader. So I don't like what they did to it, so I would prefer if people get it just straight off my website if you want it for free. But other than that, if you want it in hard copy, it does cost money because it prints, you know, and that takes paper and stuff. But there is a hard copy if people need to run through it with a highlighter. Anyways, if you access this from my website, there's a download button where you can save it. And I grant permission for people to distribute this. It is written in my copyright clause. Yeah, there's like, I don't know, maybe it's not in there. I don't know. Oh yeah, there's like a disclaimer. It may be reproduced, distributed, or transmitted as long as you are not profiting from it. This is my caseload. I was working at the Colorado Department of Labor. I have a witness, a victim, and a whistleblower. There's important numbers in this, but I'm not doing a good job. Like, I need to be teaching people, apparently, because I shouldn't expect everybody to just already automatically know everything that I'm yelling about, so I might as well start talking, because people don't like to read. To give a generalized overview, like, the chain of events is that I was working for the Department of Labor during the pandemic, where my life was still fairly normal. In like 2022, that light's driving me nuts. And then after that, like, I continued to just do work and live a normal life. And then after that, I broke my foot. Like, I was going through a divorce, so that I moved in with my uncle, and then I broke my foot shortly after I moved in here. And I tried to claim unemployment. This is after I was working for the Department of Labor's Unemployment Division. And I couldn't get my benefits. It's not that I didn't qualify for them, I just couldn't get them. And so, when I was at the Department of Labor, what was going on was there was a lot of people who were calling in trying to get their benefits. Because we had a pandemic, and people needed unemployment because a bunch of businesses just shut down. And people were forced to go and work from home status. You know, we had that stay-at-home order. So I'm working for the Colorado Department of Labor through the pandemic as a contracted laborer. I was hired through a temporary agency. I was signed on with the temp agency. They're like, we have this job. I'm like, okay. So I take the job. I'm an experienced call center worker. I've been working in call centers for about 9 years. Total experience. So I'm going to start talking about the things. We're going to do this. But there's some very concerning things that I'm witnessing that I think we need to take seriously, or we need to have conversations about. So I need to do my part, come out here and start communicating and start talking in a way that I think that maybe people will understand better if I'm more explanatory and focus on the fact that I need to teach people and not expect them to magically know. But when I was working at the Department of Labor, what I saw and experienced as a call center representative who was working from home, I was at home and I had a headset connected to my computer. I would wake up in the morning, I would sign into work, and then I would start handling claimant calls. These are people from the state, you know, just civilian citizens who are trying to get unemployment that are calling in because they're having difficulty in filing their claim. So people are calling because they can't get their stuff, and then we had this whole thing that we introduced. It's called ID Me. And people had to submit a bunch of stuff online in order to be verified by their identity to obtain their unemployment. And some people were able to figure it out and others weren't, okay? I have 9 years of call center experience. And when you have certain demographics of people calling in, sometimes you need to provide them with technical assistance. We weren't able to do that. And that's understandable because it's a third party, but still, like, people were having difficulty. They're not getting solutions, and their unemployment claims are locked. And then they start contacting customer service for that company, the IDB, and it wasn't working right. They weren't responding when people would try to use it, and then it fails. And then they contact customer service, and customer service is just not responsive or not helping them, or they're getting some guy from India that don't speak any freaking, like, language barrier issues. Which, you know, if we're going to continue going down this road, that's going to be something that we're going to talk about, is foreign call centers and fraud. People are calling in, they can't get their benefits, the IDB program's not working, it's this huge struggle, so there's already a lot of people that are not having access to their benefits because of that. Offices are closed down. You know, back in the day when I was younger, I remember when I needed to visit a government office, I could just go in there and get the help I need and have somebody who could explain things that was qualified, that could explain things very clearly and effectively, and then if we need to file paperwork, we just do the paperwork and it's done because I have this person helping me. We weren't helping people. From my own perspective, based on what I experienced while working in the Colorado Department of Labor, we weren't doing much to help people. And while I understand that I was hired on through a temp agency, I also hopped around to call centers at the beginning of all this whole pandemic stuff, and I have years of working in the industry. And I'll say that even during adaptation, during coming out of the pandemic, at these call centers, we were able to escalate our calls. Okay? If you're not qualified and you're not able to fix what needs to be fixed, then you give it to somebody who can fix it. You shouldn't be trying to tie people up on the phone forever and not help them. And it's also not cost effective, because if customers are not getting resolution, they just keep calling back, and then you have to pay the call center agents. But this is one of the places where all these companies are getting away with fraud. So it's something that we need to know about, and we're going to be talking about it. But we weren't helping people. There's this whole fiasco with ID me. It's like sink or swim. You're either going to figure it out or you're not. Can't help you. Only remote assistance. And then people are getting so frustrated, they have to wait half of a freaking day. They have to call in the morning, wait all day to even get on the phone with somebody. And then most of the time we're telling them we can't help them. There's nothing we can do. They don't have access to their benefits. There's all this crap going on in the news about fraud this, fraud that. There's all this fraud, all this unemployment fraud. And people can't get their benefits. And we're not helping them. And then we start offering people options to visit in person. There's only one field office. It's in Denver. And in my book, one of the things I did tell is, like, I spoke to a lady that was all the way, I'm in Colorado. We have a mountain range that runs along the west side of our state. Some of the residents in this state live on the other side of the mountain range. They can't just, they will have to drive over the entire mountain range just to go to Denver, to the only field office that's open. Back when I was a kid and when I was younger and all this, I remember there being field offices like every town for all these different divisions. I don't know. So, you know, we do need to get back to that in-person service. Bob tried to blow the lid off of a whole bunch of crap that happened and explain to you what is going on right now. So then, as a customer service agent who is also upset because I'm dealing with all these people and I've been telling them that I can't help them for months. You know, I was on contract 6 months. We finally start offering the option where people could go to the Colorado Department of Labor website to click on the thing and try to schedule an appointment. If you want to try to schedule an appointment, you gotta sit there and hit the refresh button over and over and over and over again and hope that something loads. and the calendar is booked full, and you got to do that every day, and you got to do it at like midnight when the server resets. So a clear example, though, is that lady that would have had to drive over the whole mountain range. That's not realistic. These are people who are already financial hard off because they haven't been getting their benefits, which they're entitled to. Then not only do you gotta call it, then you gotta fight with a calendar that's not opening up. Then you gotta drive all the way across it. That's just not a solution to go over the hills and through the woods on like a 10-hour drive or whatever the hell, some ridiculous ass drive. Go all the way over the mountains and all the way down and then come into the city. This is what we're offering people as solutions. When you're so stuck and we won't escalate and you have no other option, you could drive over the whole mountain range even if you don't have money to. People were filing bankruptcy. They're selling their cars. And this is what I've dealt with on the phone. People that are really suffering financially, really hard, as a result of the irresponsiveness of the agency. So I'm going to tell you about our federal agencies for the last 3 years. I'm going to tell you what my observations are in regards to our federal agencies, because we got this Musk guy goes running into our federal agencies all of a sudden, and everybody's like, well, what the hell is going on? Well, I'm going to tell you what I saw. My own personal opinion about what it is that was going on at the Colorado Department of Labor during that time period, 2022 or whatever. Read my book. I'm not here to be a rocket scientist. I'm not looking up specific dates right now. But shortly after the pandemic began, I was working for the Colorado Department of Labor, dealing with all these people. And I had to listen to them, and I had to care, and I do care. And that's why I'm here. Part of why I'm here. Other than that, I'm in the same boat as all those claimants right now, alongside with all of this. But we're talking about a very serious issue, because I'm going to break down numbers on the whole governmental body, and we're going to take a real hard look as I go on here, what is going on, and why it is that I'm so concerned and yelling on the internet. Alright, so I was working for the Colorado Department of Labor, where I witnessed gross negligence in the way that claimants were being handled. I get laid off, because it's a temp job. We started getting less calls. They let us go. I'm also a landscaper, so I'm been wondering for years, how do we file for unemployment? So at least now I know how to file for unemployment. I know how it works. Because what I'm always told, because this seasonal nature work, you work for 6 months and then you get laid off, and then they expect you to come in and do snow removal. So then a lot of career landscapers, not the ones who just do it in summer or go to school or whatever, the kids. We need qualified personnel out here on the field in this industry if you don't want us botching your landscapes. So the landscaping industry relies on the unemployment program. And now at least I know how to use it. Well, I broke my foot after moving in here. And I tried to file for unemployment. And they're dicking me around. And I'm not getting access to my benefits, and I had to write a letter to the governor. I was very angry. And I'm still not getting access to my benefits. There's a statute of limitations. The state has to provide these services within a certain amount of time. There is a statute of limitations that the Department of Labor and various other federal agencies are required to follow. Okay? If you apply for benefits and you're rightfully owed benefits, there's a limit of time that they need to provide you those benefits within. If they do not, the department, say this is the Department of Labor and Unemployment, let's just focus on that right now. If they do not provide those benefits within a specified amount of time, they're in violation of the law. They have broken the law. You have terms to sue. So I break my foot, and I try to get unemployment. I can't get unemployment. I'm getting dicked around on the phone, and I'm getting told that it's just this ridiculous wait time that I have to wait to get my benefits, okay? My phone's about to get shut off. I'm about to lose my auto insurance. Like, I'm freaking out over here. You know, this is a program I'm supposed to be able to rely on. I'm in an emergency situation. I try to get federal assistance for a reason. I broke my fucking foot, man. I can't just go out there and be all hoo-ha, like, go, like, take, like, a moving job or something. I can't do that. I got a broken fucking foot. So there's a good reason to be claiming unemployment. So there's this crap that's coming out of these ridiculous idiots that take joy in hurting others that we're seeing in society right now, that are out here talking shit, the MAGAs. Argue with that. Should that program be there if I have an injury as unemployment, if I'm still trying to find work, even with an injury? I don't think I should be sustaining significant financial losses because of an injury. You know, it wasn't a workplace injury, but these things do happen. There's a reason why these programs are in place. I don't even want to hear this ridiculous argument about how all these people are so lazy. No, dude, it is 2025. This is not the 1700s. We don't need to debate these things. Society already worked collectively to find what does and does not work and came to reasonable solutions, and these are long-time established programs that have been in place for a while because they serve a purpose. Another thing the unemployment program does is it prevents soup lines. So we had a Great Depression, everybody was in line for soup and shit. It was really bad. Okay, it is 2025. It is currently not the 1700s. I don't think that we need to go back to a situation where it's just that fucking ridiculous that somebody has a temporary personal emergency and they're better off relying on government assistance for a short period of time in order to get back on their feet, where otherwise what will happen is situations like mine, because we're going to talk about the ongoing negligence that's been going on with our government, where what should have and would have been a very temporary financial emergency becomes a life emergency. Because your bills last, that you got debt, and I gotta be honest, like for me, from first-hand experience, personally speaking, man, it's just cascading downhill. Where otherwise, I should have just been able to get unemployment and go back to work and things not be this way. So these programs are here for a reason. Alright, so I used to work at the Department of Labor's unemployment program, and then it's like, well, a year or two later, and I try to claim unemployment, and I'm unable to get my benefits, and I gotta go all the way to the governor. I go online, I find a whole group of concerned citizens that at this point, the situation with the Department of Labor has escalated, that the public is finding that they're having an easier time communicating with each other in online chats to figure out how to successfully get their unemployment, because the division is practically irresponsive. People can't get help. And we have citizens who don't even work for the Department of Labor who are doing a better job at assisting people with getting their claims processed than the people working for the Department of Labor. And this is what I'm running into. After working there, I'm like, what the hell is going on here, man? So I'm paying attention. I can't get my benefits. I go to the governor's office. My benefits get turned on. I'm communicating with these people online. And then I go work for this landscaping company where I got treated like crap, and I dealt with a 19-year-old. Okay, so here's how this company was running. There was like, everybody on staff left. They only had like 3 or 4 seasoned employees. I'm not looking at my reference material right now. They only had a few guys that were still on staff. They had to pretty much fully staff the company, all new hires. People are jockeying for position. Nobody knows what the fuck is going on. They put some, so I get into truck with this kid, and this kid explains to me that this particular dude who was just starting shit with me, this is just when I started my job, this particular dude who came up approaching me, instructing me incorrectly on how to do things, checking on me on my behavior when I was hired as a foreman to handle the pruning, is complaining that I'm not pruning the bush right. And I'm just trying to prune this fucking bush, and I don't know what the fuck this dude's talking about, because he's obviously wrong, but yeah, whatever, dude, walk away, like, I'm trying to work here. And I get in the truck after that, and the young man that I had with me, that was working with me that day in the truck that I was assigned to drive by the company, told me this dude has a tendency to try and sabotage people for work, to try and get himself promoted. This is what he does. This is how he acts. He gave me a full overview. So I wrote office email. I'm like, yo, this dude, and I'm a female in a male-dominated workplace, and I'm kind of worried about this because this kid's telling me this, and this dude was just starting shit with me. Because this kid used to work with him in a different workplace and was giving me the down low. Because people in the landscape industry, we hop around a lot. There's a whole story there. It's in my book. I'm not telling the whole story right now. It was a shit show, okay? It was an absolute shit show. And I got this 19-year-old boy. I get put in my foreman's position. I'm driving the truck. I got a 19-year-old, what is in my own perception, I'm 37 now, child that needs training in the field, that don't hardly know what they're doing, in my truck with me, that repeatedly on the job is telling me, I don't think women can do this kind of work, bro. I'm your boss. Okay? Jumping in front of me when I'm trying to do tasks. And then I got this other guy that I was warned about, who got promoted into a management position ahead of me, giving me incorrect directions on work maps for where to execute operations. I continue to try and complain to the office. Nobody's listening. And then I get fired. Like, I see those two having private conversations, and then all of a sudden I get fired. I get no explanation for it. I file an EEOC case. And it's just too much shit, man. I'm dealing with way too much, okay? I try to sue them motherfuckers, man, because I'm trying to come off of a broken foot. I need to get back to working. I need to get back to walking. The problems with the unemployment program, I got to make up all that lost money from them fucking with my account. And then this happens. And then I lose my job. So I try to file for unemployment again. I didn't receive my unemployment benefits until I just started that job. Whatever the hell happened with my unemployment account, I don't know. But they breached statutory limitations. They broke the law. Okay? I try to file unemployment again after losing that job. I'm trying to sue these motherfuckers. And I can't get my unemployment. And then they're telling me it's because some employer that I had previously, several years previously, I'm like, why the fuck is this even getting brought up? Had submitted that I had quit the job that I had when I worked there, and I don't even know why that's affecting my claim. But I had to go through court proceedings internally inside of the Colorado Department of Labor. So I had to file paperwork, and I had to go get it delivered certified mail, and I had to go drive around the whole northern half of the state to deliver subpoenas. We all know how expensive gas is. I'm being financially deprived. It's been over half a year now. I just lost a job. No steady source of income. They keep fucking with my benefits. Now I gotta do all this shit and go to court. Then I get on the telephone court with these guys, and then they all admit to what's going on, and it gets fixed. They turn on my unemployment benefits and then immediately shut them off, so I'm not able to continue to claim, even though I had a balance that made it so I could continue to claim. Alright, so yeah, they shut my unemployment off right after they turned it on, after that little court proceeding thing. And the Department of Labor on my unemployment account, it says that I owe them $700 something now. So I go in and I try to figure out what happened, you know? I'm like, this is real strange. And I called my bank and I ordered the bank statements because all of this financial hardship has caused my bank accounts to get frozen. You know, I'm waiting for benefits and I'm just told sometime, but not given any date, no explanation, nothing, you know, just wait. It's been going on for a while. Because I had my first claim, and then I started work, and then I wound up with another claim, which you can do that if you lose a job. And I'm trying to sue these motherfuckers because they just ousted me for a pay raise. Both of them. I got every right to be filing a case or not, man. They utilized my gender as an excuse to target me on a job. And it's like, bro, I just told you I'm coming off a broken foot. I'll go through all this hardship. I don't need these problems. Why are you doing this kind of stuff? Just let me work. I'm getting harassed. I'm getting improper instructions given to me on the job. They didn't even speak to me on my way out. And then after I left, I was sent a document that was signed by God only knows who in the mail by their fucking lawyer. That said that I was presented with some document, some dismissal document, and they wrote refused to sign on it. That is not, I mean, that don't look good on you or your lawyer. I'm still trying to figure out why I got fired. No, at this point, I think it's because I made an easy target as a female. That money never went into my bank account. They overdrafted my account. And from my own perspective, it looks like to me they pinched off of my account. And I already know that this is happening to all these people. And I'm like, something weird's going on here. In the middle of all that, like between the landscaping job and the first filing for unemployment when I broke my foot, I was desperately looking for work. I was freaking out, dude. I was just sitting all day, opening tab to the point where all I got is the little X in my browser and I'm applying for every fucking job until I got a job. Because I got a broken foot. And my shit's gonna get shut off. Excuse my language. So, I got a job. And I'm working for this work from home call center that I found on the internet. StarTech. And I got all these customers calling in and they're having weird financial problems. I have never seen this kind of shit before in my life, okay? I have 9 years in customer service. Everything was cool up until the pandemic. First, I'm seeing weird shit at the Department of Labor. Then I'm working for this company that's handling this internet services client, Optimum, all T's, U.S.A. And I got customers calling in and I'm starting to see weird billing issues and they're not letting us fix the billing issues. Our cap, if you've worked in customer service, our cap on being able to assist people financially was like $30. So something was wrong with somebody's bill, I could credit them up to like $30, and then outside of that, it's outside of my control. I can't do much, so then I have to escalate the complaint. If it's a billing issue where there's incorrect billing, well, guess what, dude? I was seeing some crazy-ass shit going on with people's billings. We had a whole bunch of people, a flood of calls start coming in. People had all this extra money on their bill, and they're wanting to know why. Why is my bill $100 more than what it was last month? And when probing these accounts, me and other employees also saw that there was no explanation for these charges. You know, normally when you look at somebody's bill, like in a customer service system, it's itemized. There's like all the different things that there's being charged for. And then what you do if you want to check for incorrect billing is add it up, see what your total is, and see if the line items here match the line items there. And then if not, you got to figure out what is causing the issue. And then if it's an inappropriate line item, then you give it back, you know. And I've seen customer service places where people are getting shit they didn't order. You know, somebody pushes something through, and there's places where people are doing that on purpose, and that's where foreign call centers become an issue. Because these are not people they don't know the system of American law, they don't care, they're being told to do something, so they do it, because they could lose their job if they don't meet a quota. I've seen that happen at call centers before. So I've got all these customers calling in with extra, their bill is more, and it's not, there's no line item. There's no way to explain it. And I'm not being allowed to escalate these calls. And I'm getting in trouble for it. And I'm getting yelled at for it. And this is a brand new client for this call center. And they're kissing these people's asses. What I feel I witnessed at StarTech while working under the client Altice is coercion. Bullying the call center into participating in fraudulent activities. I spent over 3 hours on the phone with this man who's just trying to figure out why his bill was like $100 more than it was last month and why it's not itemized on the bill. And I'm like, sir, I have no explanation for that because it's not in the system. I'm not being allowed to escalate. I got 3 managers probing the account. None of us can figure out what it is. After 3 hours or whatever the hell, however long I spent on the phone with that motherfucker, he was told to call back. We gave him no resolution, and he was told to call back. And we did nothing. And there was no explanation for the cause of the problem. Normally, if I was working for a normal call center, which I've worked for a lot of them as I have 9 years of experience, something like that would get escalated, or you would have people in the office who are trying to figure out what happened with the bill, because those kinds of things are a problem. You know, if there's a technical issue, it needs to be fixed. Alright, so the way that this was being managed was this third-party call center. They have a call center. You know, normally the way that this works when it comes to call centers and clients is that the call center takes on the client. So we got like a makeup company, or a company that sells electronic devices, or a newspaper company that utilizes a third-party call center that they have a whole building full of people who are used to handling people on the phones with cubicles and phones, and they handle all the phone calls. So when a company contracts a call center, they're hiring somebody for their expertise and ability to handle customer service complaints, billing issues, etc., etc. We then work with the client as, you know, the employees of the call center, and get familiarized with the product. And then the two, after, you know, everybody's trained and everybody's working, you know, the call center and the client continue to corroborate, you know, if there's any changes, if there's things that the staff needs to know. They communicate about these things. So we're working for this third-party call center. There's another call center that, while we're integrated, we're supposed to be working for, that's obviously overseas. And all this money is going missing. And I'm told, after handling this customer for 3 hours on the phone, because they would not allow me to escalate calls anymore because I had a bunch of customers calling in with complaints that I couldn't handle. Billing items that are not accounted for. High amounts. I have this guy on the phone, and then I have 3 managers from our call center trying to figure out what is going on. And I'm sure that they wound up contacting the corporate office over that, because we couldn't figure out why this customer is being asked to pay more than what he owes. And I was then ordered to tell that customer to call back later. And then I was told they're looking for a reason to fire you. And I was removed from the phones for about a week. And then I lost my job. For a real bullshit reason. That's all documented in my book. If you want to go in more detail, start reading. So that happened. I lost that job, and then it was the beginning of spring. So then I went over to this landscaping job, where I was repeatedly told, I don't think women can do this kind of work. And then I got dumbass number 1 and dumbass number 2 who ousted me for a pay raise. Because I'm a foreman, and this 19-year-old boy wants my pay scale. He wants my job. And I tried multiple times to raise this with the office, and they didn't want to even have so much as a conversation. And then I'm having these issues with And I got so mad that I just started filing cases. I'm like, fuck this, dude. I'm losing so much money right now because of what other people are doing, and I'm not going to take these losses, and I don't know what the hell is going on with unemployment, but I can't be losing all this money. I'm going to file suit. So I filed with the EEOC, and then that call center that was pinching money off of its customers, I filed a complaint with the SEC, along with various other agencies on both of those motherfuckers. And my cases never got handled. So I'm all up here in the I got a SEC case, and I'm like, why is this not getting handled? And then I see in the news around July that the owner of that call center where we had customers that were getting money stole off of them, and then I got fired for like no apparent fucking reason after having a customer on the phone for 3 hours. That company, Altice, Optimum USA, I found them on Google in the news that they were in deep shit. They were under an international fraud investigation, and I just reported this company to the SEC. This is an international fraud case, okay? Multiple countries are talking about this, and I think it was like the co-owner was arrested in Portugal. There's like an international investigation and people are filing complaints over here in the United States. Don't you think the SEC ought to at least look at it? So if you go in the summary of my book, it just explained to you that all that these agencies are doing, it's probably like a fourth of the caseload is even getting through at any of these federal agencies. And it's probably worse now that Musk has come in and done all this harm. I'm telling you what happened. And I'm telling you what is going on. I'm trying to get people up to speed because we all need to get on the same page and realize what's going on and fix the fucking problem. Because it's a national security threat. Alright, Elon Musk goes running into the federal agencies all of a sudden. Why are we not paying attention to the $3 trillion of fraud that took place during the pandemic? I understand that there may be a few legitimate investigations that may have taken place, but it certainly, from my own perspective as a whistleblower, it looks like to me, especially after having money straight up pinched off of my unemployment account, certainly looks to me like during the pandemic, somebody back-ended those computers and started pinching money off of claimant accounts. And with where we're at currently, present day being May 31st, 2025, to witness some strange man just go running up into our federal agencies when I know that all this fraud's going on, and seeing that they're not helping anybody, and there's like people gotta be on hold for half a day to even get through on the phone and shit, and they're still not getting help, and their monies are just getting pinched off of. To see some dude go running up into that federal agencies all quick, like the moment that Donald Trump takes presidency. And then reports are coming in that he has hooked up external servers to our government computers. From my own perspective, right now, there is no reason why anybody should be wondering what the fuck they're doing in our federal agencies. I think it's pretty clear if you know that. If you know what happened, all the fraud that took place during the pandemic, start talking about it. Start talking about the delays that you experience when calling these agencies. Get loud. Get in the public's face. If you are a victim of any of this, if you have experienced any difficulty when dealing with any of our federal agencies ever, get on your camera like I am right now and make a video and put it out on the internet. And the more problems you have and the more this shit goes on, make your face known. It is the people who are doing these crimes who should be ashamed of themselves, not the victims. And the victims are not being seen, they're not being heard, and there's millions of them. And I want people to start talking. Nobody's special, and you just need to get out here and just start doing it. And that's what we gotta do to get anywhere. But This is a mass scale problem, and it needs to be seen as such, and it needs to be treated as such, and that's why your voice matters. That's why we need to be seen and heard. For anybody who has been victimized by this government through these federal agencies between the periods of 2020 to present day, get out here and start making noise in a way that everybody's going to see it. Start circulating videos on the web, man. Nobody gives a fuck what you look like. There's some ugly ass motherfuckers out there that are famous as hell on TV. It don't even matter. Just do it. We need to see whistleblowers out here all over the place. All right? We got this other guy that was at the Department of Labor that saw that once Elon Musk came in, Russians tried to immediately access the system. So, you know, here's me and my place in all these things, and then here's this guy in the future. Ka-chunk, ka-chunk, puzzle pieces. Let's not let this stuff happen. We need whistleblowers out here acting publicly. We all find each other. Everybody yell right now. Everybody, should be a yelling storm on the internet. Let's all start sorting this out. Because it certainly looks to me like they're still in $3 trillion. Already have. And then if they keep doing this, then there's still more money. That's what this looks like. Is women, children, minorities, veterans, and the disabled who were targeted in the middle of all this. This has not just happened at the Department of Labor. Somebody's been pinching money off of federal accounts. I'm a whistleblower, and this is what I'm here to tell you. So we got some things that we need to look at. I just think that there is a very large portion of the population that does not understand the scale of what we're dealing with. And I think a lot of people don't really know what is going on. And I do feel like I'm seeing people out here scratching their heads like, why is Elon Musk in our federal agencies? So I'm here trying to explain that right now. No, I'm pretty sure that what we're dealing with is a lot bigger and a lot scarier than anybody's willing to understand than what anybody sees right now. And we need to be taking it seriously. We need to be looking at it. So I'm just out here to let people know what I see going on. Because I do think we need to be talking about it. We're looking at like a potential loss of life event for like 30% of the population. That's a pretty big issue. That's very, very serious. We can't let these guys do this. And we got other problems we need to fix in the middle of all of it. And I'm out here and I'm gonna speak. So anyways, this whole thing happened, you know, where life was somewhat normal, but we all knew that we had this horrible monster coming into office to try and hurt us all, named Donald Trump. And then DOGE was established, and then all of a sudden, right after the inauguration, Elon Musk is running into our federal buildings to start plugging stuff into the federal computers as quick as he can. I mean, from my own perspective, looking at what happened during the pandemic, it certainly looks to me like somebody's been running a computer program to pinch off of claimant accounts. So from my own perspective, sitting there watching all of this with Elon Musk running into our federal agencies and doing what he did and plugging in external servers to our computers, it certainly appears to me that he's trying to conceal evidence of crime. It looks to me like he's trying to cover up the fraud that happened during the pandemic. That's what that looked like to me. I'm like, oh shit, I gotta start contacting people. What the fuck? I think he's trying to cover up this data. That's just what it looks like to me. You know, I'm expressing my own perspective on this. Because I think it's probably different than what other people may be seeing. This is how I feel about what I've been seeing. Yeah, you know, I mean, hypothetically speaking, you know, if these guys just stole $2 to $3 trillion between the years of 2020 to 2024 from our federal agencies, that's exactly what I would expect them to do. So, of course, I think that's what they're doing. So, anyways, I'm going to provide some additional information. There was a 16.3% increase in government benefits fraud cases in fiscal year 2023, showing a 92% increase since fiscal year 2019.
The money MAGA stole that they don't want you to know about. Waffles Mcgrawl. May 24, 2025. I have said, so many times, for the last 3 years that these guys are engaging in racketeering and are stealing our tax money. This was all planned. Remember, Trump was president when the pandemic began. He has been caught multiple times engaging in interference, making phone calls to direct Congress during the Biden presidency. He has several times violated the Logan Act in communicating with foreign leaders from adversarial nations during his time out of office during the Biden administration. Somewhere in the middle of all of this, if you pay enough attention to what is going on, what these people have been doing, and what we might be able to do about it, you will also find Russian involvement in the middle of all of this. The actions of DOGE in tampering with federal computers and firing a massive amount of staff at our federal agencies is no coincidence. It is incredibly likely these are attempts to cover up crimes that were committed during the periods of 2020 to 2024. The United States Congress deliberately defunded our federal agencies to prevent investigation into these matters during the period of 2020 to 2024, and I feel I have every reason to believe what we are seeing today with our federal agencies is to hide evidence of a crime, in particular, the crime of racketeering and defrauding the United States of America. We should not be sitting idly by while these pathetic criminals continue to attack our nation. They need to be held accountable. Here's the evidence. Based on the research reports provided, I'll give you a comprehensive overview of the fraud that occurred at U.S. federal agencies between 2020 to 2024. I'll break this down into major categories for better understanding. Scale of federal agency fraud. The Government Accountability Office, GAO, has provided stark estimates of the financial impact of fraud within federal agencies. Between 2018 and 2022, the federal government lost an estimated $233 billion to $521 billion annually to fraud. For fiscal year 2024 alone, there were approximately $162 billion in improper payments, with a significant portion attributed to overpayments and fraud. COVID-19 Relief Program fraud. The pandemic relief programs saw some of the most significant instances of fraud during this period. Paycheck Protection Program, PPP, and EIDL. The Small Business Administration, SBA, distributed approximately $1.2 trillion through these programs. An estimated $200 billion was identified as potentially fraudulent, representing about 17% of total funds. The SBA's fraud detection efforts were compromised due to late implementation of anti-fraud processes, flawed machine learning tools for fraud detection, ineffective referral processes with nearly 3 million referrals, of which 2 million were not actionable, data sharing restrictions with other agencies like the IRS and SSA, unemployment insurance fraud. Approximately $191 billion in potentially fraudulent unemployment insurance payments were distributed during the pandemic. Recovery efforts have been ongoing but challenging. Procurement and contracting fraud. Several major cases of procurement fraud were uncovered. Envistacom LLC case, 2022. $7 million procurement fraud scheme. Involved preparation of sham competitive quotes. False statements to federal contracting officials. IT Products and Services Fraud, 2024. Multiple defendants charged with bid rigging, bribery, and kickbacks. Resulted in millions in overcharges to the U.S. government. Particularly affected the Department of Defense. Military Equipment Procurement Fraud, 2021. Involved selling Chinese-made military equipment to the Department of Defense. False claims of U.S. manufacturing. Included altered test reports to hide product origin. GSA contract kickback scheme. Involved John J. Perzabilla and Elmer Baker. Kickbacks in exchange for steering multi-million-dollar GSA project work. Used fake invoices to cover up illegal payments. Benefits and assistance program fraud. Medicare and Medicaid fraud. Common fraudulent practices included billing for services not provided, performing unnecessary medical tests and procedures, fraudulent billing practices. The False Claims Act, FCA, has been used to combat this type of fraud. The Healthcare Fraud and Abuse Control (HCFAC) program has recovered billions annually. Social Security fraud. Primary types of fraud included making false statements, misrepresenting information, concealing facts affecting benefit eligibility, identity theft, misuse of benefits by representative payees, oversight and prevention efforts, GAO initiatives, development of fraud risk framework, creation of anti-fraud resource tools, regular reporting on improper payments and fraud risks, Inspector General activities, regular compliance monitoring with the Payment Integrity Information Act of 2019, investigation and prosecution of fraud cases, interagency cooperation, coordination between federal and state agencies, joint investigations and prosecutions, enhanced data sharing initiatives, though with some limitations. The period from 2020 to 2024 saw unprecedented levels of fraud across federal agencies, particularly exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic and its associated relief programs. While oversight agencies have made significant efforts to combat fraud, the sheer scale and sophistication of fraudulent activities have presented ongoing challenges for prevention and recovery efforts. Total estimated federal fraud losses 2020 to 2025. Waffles Mcgrawl. May 24, 2025. Overall estimate range. The Government Accountability Office, GAO, estimates that the federal government loses between $233 billion to $521 billion annually to fraud based on data from fiscal years 2018 through 2022. This means over the roughly 5-year period from 2020 to 2025, the total fraud losses could range from approximately $1.165 trillion to $2.605 trillion. Major components of fraud losses. COVID-19 related fraud. Paycheck Protection Program, at least $64 billion lost to fraudulent claims. Federal unemployment system, over $191 billion exploited through fraud. Total COVID-19 relief fraud identified, over $2 billion in criminally charged cases involving approximately 3,500 defendants. Seized or forfeited CARES Act funds, over $1.4 billion. Healthcare fraud. Healthcare fraud schemes including PPP and EIDL programs resulted in over $76 million seized or frozen. In FY 2020 alone, healthcare fraud cases involved billing of more than $4.7 billion. Government benefits fraud. Median loss per case, $170,613. Cases involving losses greater than $550,000 were reported. 16.3% increase in government benefits fraud cases in FY 2023, showing a 92.2% increase since FY 2019. Important context. It's crucial to note that these numbers represent detected and reported fraud cases. The actual total could be significantly higher due to unreported cases, ongoing investigations, sophisticated fraud schemes that remain undetected, delays in fraud detection and reporting, cases still pending in the legal system. The broad range in the GAO's estimate, $233 minus $521 billion annually, reflects the complexity and challenges in precisely quantifying fraud losses across all federal agencies. However, based on the available data and various fraud categories reported, it's reasonable to estimate that the total fraud losses across all federal agencies between 2020 to 2025 falls within the range of $1.165 trillion to $2.605 trillion. In summary, members of Congress are not immune from criminal prosecution and can be imprisoned if found guilty of serious crimes. The constitutional protections in place are designed to ensure the independence of the legislative branch but do not provide a shield against criminal accountability.
I'm going to provide some additional resources on this. So yes, I am referencing my own articles. This information can be found on my Substack, which is in the description of this video. I have referenced resources. You can check those resources. But I'm referencing my own material because I did the research and put this together so we have all the information that we need in one spot. So we're looking at roughly around $3 trillion in total that went missing through our federal agencies during this time period of 2020 to present day, in particular 2024. With a Republican-led Congress who, it certainly appears to me, deliberately defunded our federal agencies with the purpose of doing this. So we have millions of cases backed up in our federal agencies. People who are trying to file claims, people who are not getting legal assistance, that have court cases in a variety of these agencies. Our agencies are underfunded. This includes the FBI, who is supposed to be doing things like investigating murders. Alright, so here we have my book. Okay. I need to go to the backlog report. So if you're on the PDF, it starts on page 5. There's a description of what's going on here. And during 2023, these are the agencies that were being targeted. So here on page 9, we can see that the Department of Homeland Security, which is where ICE is currently at, was being targeted in 2023. The Department of Justice was being targeted in 2023. The Department of Labor was being targeted in 2023 when this report was written. The EEOC was being targeted in 2023 when this was initially getting written. We could see a substantial amount of people caught in backlog at the VA in 2023. These are people who, they got like medical claims and stuff. So if you don't know what the backlog is, these are people who are not getting help. Just like I just explained, all of the people that we were essentially refusing to assist at the Department of Labor. These are people in a similar situation at the VA in 2023. As we can see, between 2022 to October of 2023, that number is increasing, not decreasing. It was at 250, it went to 300,000. The Department of Justice stuck in backlog in 2023 because the Republican majority Congress purposefully backed up our agencies at our federal agencies during the pandemic so that they could get away with crimes. So the same thing was being done at the DOJ. Now, immigration is the worst. And I have a whole Substack post explaining. And this is something that we have seen time and time again. And I may decide to do a separate video on it at some point. But this is something that we have seen over and over again with what these MAGA politicians are doing, which is manufacturing crisis in order to try and make themselves look good, when really what they're doing is they're deliberately harming people and creating a national security risk and doing harm to the nation, and then running out in front of everybody trying to pretend that they're doing a good thing by pointing out the crime that they're committing and blaming it on somebody else. So as of 2023, because of Mike Johnson's Congress purposefully defunding our federal agencies with criminal intent, making all of these budgets from 2023 to present day illegal because they were done in order to conceal evidence of a crime and with criminal intent, meaning that budgets from 2023 all the way up to present day could be tried in court and likely found illegal because they purposefully defunded our federal agencies in order to get away with crimes. We're looking at 2023 that the backlog for U.S. immigration courts was at 2 million cases. 2 million. And this is why Donald Trump's out here talking about how he doesn't think that there's any realistic possibility that we could provide justice for everybody, because the Trump administration, Trump, MAGA, all his buddies were conspiring against the United States of America, planning a coup during 2023. Actually, from 2020 all the way up to present day, but, you could really start seeing the evidence here in 2023, what they were doing. They purposefully backlogged all of our agencies to make it so unmanageable on purpose with criminal intent so that they could go, for example, put on a show with the 2 million people that they victimized through the immigration courts, lying and claiming that there's some sort of migrant crisis when what's really going on is Donald Trump is making phone calls and illegally interfering with the operations of a sitting president with criminal intent and in conspiracy against the United States of America. So this is various sections throughout, immigration courts that have been impacted as a result of the manufactured crisis that MAGA created so that they could go and spend the next several months on the campaign trail crying about the crisis that they created and utilizing these people who are victims of a crime, the crime of racketeering and money laundering, as well as conspiracy against the United States of America. These migrants are victims of a crime. And this was done through our federal agencies. And as we can see as we go along here, the backlogs are worsening as a result of Mike Johnson and his buddies in Congress who are openly communicating with Donald Trump through this entire time period in a conspiracy against the United States, agreeing and collectively organizing to purposefully defund our federal agencies in order to get away with crimes. And so the amount of cases that are being ignored and not handled by our agencies is increasing. Disability claims since 2018, processing time has more than doubled. So since 2018, initial disability claims processing time has more than doubled. Processing went from 3.4 months in 2018 to 7.2 months as of July 2023. Disability reconsideration processing time increased by 78%. Since 2019, average wait times for calls answered on the 800 number have increased by 115%. There are over 1 million claims, and this is as of the 2023. There were over 1 million claims pending at the state-run disability determination services. SSA anticipates a 15.5-month wait time for disability hearing for the fiscal year of 2023. This is damn near 2 years ago. And now we've got Elon Musk running into our federal agencies. I wonder why. Just like they created a crisis on purpose with criminal intent as part of racketeering organized crime in the middle of a money laundering scheme that took place through our federal agencies, as an act of conspiracy against the United States of America, while defrauding the United States of America, Republicans, under the leadership of the MAGA campaign, in active communication with Donald Trump, in 2023 throughout the whole pandemic, also created a crisis at our federal agencies so that they could do the exact same thing that they've been doing with immigration, which is throwing a fit about a crisis that they created to harm the American people. And the fact that they are out here dancing around like they are somehow our saviors in the middle of all of this. No, Mike Johnson, you deliberately, purposefully, and with criminal intent defunded our federal agencies so that you guys could do all of this. And I'm sorry. I don't give a damn how much you feel emotionally attached to these disgusting, unhealthy, immoral Satan worshipers who claim to be Christian. I'm sorry, but if they're going to come out here and use the guise of being Christian in the middle of doing all of this harm to so many people, if there's anything that they're worshiping, it's the devil, not Christianity. So let's get the fucking story clear here. So we're talking about crimes as part of racketeering that MAGA have engaged in. RICO, which stands for Racketeer Influenced and Corrupt Organizations Act. Well, the corrupt organization is MAGA, and I think it should be classified as a terrorist organization after all of this. And what they're doing is they're racketeering, and they're money laundering through our federal agencies. They're trying to bury the evidence by making it so that nobody can get through on the phone. Nobody's getting help with their claims. Nobody's getting helped with their cases. And the law is not being enforced. We have information coming in from whistleblowers at the Securities and Exchange Commission who in 2023 were alerting the public that due to inappropriate budgets, that larger securities fraud cases were being ignored, thrown out, not handled. Again, more harm being done to the people. Fraud is being encouraged. The laws against fraud are not being enforced. As a result of MAGA Republicans in the United States Congress who have control over the budgets, purposefully and with criminal intent, defunding, not properly funding our agencies, while participating in a conspiracy against the United States of America and also defrauding the United States. So the SEC is doing nothing. The Department of Labor is getting backed up because it's another one of our federal agencies. Backlogs in Alabama were at a 3-year delay in 2023. This is because of what MAGA is doing. As you can see, if you look at the data prior to this, you know, we weren't having these problems before. There's been 114% increase in the backlogs in 2 years. And it's not just because of the pandemic, which I'm starting to believe was also, caused and created by these people based on what I'm seeing, especially since we're hearing that these people have been in communication with Russia. And when I look at this backlog report, I had to sit here and investigate all this information and put it all together in a way that makes sense. And I did a lot of reading that is not included in all of this to make it make sense, to put it in one place. And, I'm really starting to wonder, because it certainly appears to me that these guys are deliberately, with criminal intent, trying to harm people in order to get away with stealing money from our agencies, along with other things. It looks like they use this as an excuse to try and campaign and try to make themselves look good when what they're actually doing is attacking the United States. These are people who are, when we look at the immigration backlogs, we're looking at people who are just like trying to renew their visas, work visas and shit. Like, they're just trying to get paperwork processed. And instead of processing that paperwork, they're just sitting in backlog. They're just sitting there. There's more than 2 million cases that should have been heard already that have not been heard or handled because MAGA deliberately defunded our federal agencies and also tampered with the computers at immigration, which we will be looking at later, which shows signs of the hacking that we have been talking about going on in our federal agencies, which makes me believe that they have been pinching money off of claimant accounts using computer programs. I believe somebody had gained unwarranted access to our federal systems during the pandemic, and I do believe that person was working with MAGA Republicans in organized acts of corruption in violation of the RICO Act. So we just see worsening numbers at all of our federal agencies. Labor laws not getting enforced. People with wage claims, employers that have engaged in wage theft and are not getting their money back in California. Homeland Security. Record highs at the Justice Department's Office of Information Policy. They deliberately backed up our FOIA division. They have literally clogged the system up to make it so that FOIA reports are not accessible. This is what happened in 2023, the year before all of this election chaos. So I just want to thank Joni Ernst for making it very clear that she has participated in racketeering, because I would not have been able to be so accurate in making these assessments if it were not for Joni Ernst. So let's all give a quick round of applause for Joni Ernst for exposing MAGA for racketeering. We'll get to that later. Thank you, Joni. So recent statements that Joni has made, along with the things that I have been witnessing throughout the middle of all of this, have me very concerned that these criminals who are engaging in racketeering in an attempt to, well, they've defrauded those who have defrauded the United States of America in an organized, corrupt way, in acts of money laundering and conspiracy against the United States, intend to murder their victims, a large amount of whom are welfare recipients who have been victimized by the crimes that took place at our federal agencies at the hand of MAGA Republican congressmen who engaged in illegal acts and passed illegal legislation, because that legislation was passed with the criminal intent of doing all of this in order to obstruct justice and conceal evidence of financial crimes that took place through our federal agencies at the hands of Republicans in Congress in the year 2023 under the leadership of Donald John Trump. So anyways, yeah, they backed up FOIA. Numbers are increasing on FOIA requests. State of the backlogs of Social Security in 2023 reflects a wait for benefits that could be up to 2 or 3 years as of October 2023. So right now what we're seeing, it's currently June 6th of 2025, as they are targeting these agencies right now where the backlogs are so bad that they cannot possibly fix the problems that they purposefully and with criminal intent created as an act of terrorism against the United States. The Equal Opportunity Center, nearly half of employees at the EEOC were stating that they did not have the resources they needed to do their jobs. The DOD was targeted with the issue with mold in the barracks, which affects military readiness. Military members were being forced to live in mold-infested barracks, and when asked why this was never handled by the Government Accountability Office, money was going missing that was not allocated for, it was not being accounted for in this division at the DOD. SNAP benefits, this was a nationwide. We need to be talking. You guys need to be talking about this. I'm letting you know, if you are a victim of any of these crimes, if you've experienced SNAP delays, if you file complaints with agencies, you are not losing your mind. You're not tripping. I'm telling you what happened. I'm telling you what happened right now. You guys need to be out here talking about this shit. We need to be talking about what they did so we can fix it. This is not just one or two people. This happened across the entire country, and it didn't happen because of some pandemic. No, it happened because Donald Trump, who may have possibly colluded with Russia to release a virus into the United States along with other nations, Donald Trump was in charge, and then he left, and then he continued to conspire against the United States of America and interfere with political activities during the entire Biden presidency. And across the nation, people were not able to get food stamps. Now, who is the people that are mostly impacted by this? This is women and children, okay? And we see these guys out here doing all this hateful speech against the people that they victimize, the women, the children, the migrants. These are the victims of crimes. They are all of these people that Donald Trump and the MAGA campaign have been dehumanizing our victims of financial crimes. We're possibly looking at the largest fraud scheme to ever take place in world history. And do I think they should get away with it? Fuck no. But as far as why it is that they're doing the things that they're doing, no, this person is not a friend to the United States. MAGA is not a friend to the United States. And this is something that anybody supporting MAGA needs to understand. In 2023, they were attacking the United States. And now they have control over our federal offices. So if you want issues like immigration to be handled, you need to understand that they purposefully and with criminal intent created a crisis and put American lives in danger, including yours, by busing people around the country, bringing in a bunch of random migrants, and seeing to it that the screening methods that we had in place were not being enforced. So a lot of the migrants that we're also seeing being picked up right now, they're victims of a crime. And that crime is obstruction of justice and racketeering and conspiracy against the United States of America. They should have just had their paperwork handled when they filed it. And instead, we have this going on. Rapists and murderers are running loose due to not properly funding our federal agencies. And if you support MAGA and this is what you want for your future, you got something fucking wrong with you, bro. So then this report concludes with the impact that this is having on society. Disabled veterans are not getting their benefits. They're stuck in backlog. They're not getting the help that they need. The Department of Justice enforces federal laws such as fraud, corruption, drug trafficking, cybercrime, and civil rights violations. These laws are not being upheld, creating a public safety risk. There has been an increase in crime as a result of what they have done in attacking the United States of America. People have been getting held in jail for extended periods of time, and it's being blamed on the backlogs awaiting trial due to a lack of timely proceedings. They're losing their homes, jobs, pets, all kinds of circumstances being affected by people that are being held without the basic human right of a speedy trial, which is also a constitutional right, as a result of Mike Johnson talking on the phone with Donald Trump in conspiracy against the United States and making decisions which interfere with a sitting president's activities to defraud the United States and purposefully defund our federal agencies in order to do all of this horrible shit to people in 2023. People were waiting in jail without any sort of conviction for more than a year, with no right to a trial. And as a result of all this, what we see is that cases are just piling up, and people are filing appeals, they're filing additional cases because of their shit not getting handled. And it's causing them personal harm. And nothing's getting done. So what I've been yelling about for the last 3 years, and nobody seems to hear me, is that our entire government body is essentially null and void and is hardly responsive and is operating at like a fourth of its capacity, which could potentially be less at this point. So you can keep filing cases, you can keep trying to escalate things properly, but I'm going to tell you that I went all the way to the White House trying to get something done about this, which is why I do not like Joe Biden or Kamala Harris. And in no way, I'm out here speaking out against Trump, and I'm blatantly not accusing, I'm telling you what they did and what they are doing, and they are engaging in organized crime, they are racketeering. This is what happened. These guys conspired, and they attacked the country. In 2023, this is the evidence. So they're targeting people by demographic. There's a whole book there. You can download it. You know, I mean, if something happens to me. Alright, so what we've done so far on this video is that we've recognized, that a crime has taken place. And I'm telling you, it's through deliberate defunding of our agencies, just like what we're seeing with this attempt, with this big, beautiful bill act. It is obviously not in the interest of the people or the nation. And a lot of people are being harmed by it. And so then I am here asserting and saying with certainty that that bill is being proposed with criminal intent, and that bill is illegal and unconstitutional. And should that bill pass, it needs to be tried in court, as it is being introduced with criminal intent and the intent to defraud the United States of America and conceal evidence of a crime. So I have clearly exemplified some of the victims of this crime to you through evidence that has been collected over the course of, I've been going through this for 3 years now. And I've been saying the same thing over and over and over again for 3 years. There's a thing that's called a duty to warn. Okay? I started by yelling at the governor, and then I'm yelling at the executive branch. And I'm telling everyone right now that the President of the United States knew that these crimes were taking place and did nothing about it. What can I tell you? That's what happened. I contacted the VP's office. I contacted the CIA. I contacted so many motherfuckers. Okay? So we're going to get off of that, though. But we can clearly see that something is going on here. You know, what else have they done to try and silence their victims in the middle of all of this? If they stole all that money, if this group of people stole roughly about $2 to $3 trillion and none of them can pay it back, it certainly appears to me, if that money was taken from welfare funds that should have been delivered to United States citizens who qualified for those benefits and are rightfully owed under the law those benefits. The Supreme Court case that established that people cannot be stripped of their welfare benefits without a fair hearing is Goldberg v. Kelly, 397 U.S. 254, 1970. The issue is whether the Due Process Clause of the 14th Amendment requires that welfare recipients receive an evidentiary hearing before termination of their benefits. Ruling, the court held that welfare benefits are a form of property that is protected under the United States Constitution. Your welfare benefits, if you are a welfare recipient, your welfare benefits, to include Medicaid and Medicare and Social Security, are considered property under United States law. According to the Fifth Amendment of the United States Constitution, no person shall be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. This is what is called the Due Process Clause. There is also a related clause in the same amendment called the Takings Clause, which adds, nor shall private property be taken for public use without just compensation. Not only must there be due process, but if your property is taken for something like a highway or government project, you must be fairly paid for it. For anybody who has filed cases with the EEOC, the SEC, the Department of Labor, any of these federal agencies which enforce the law, you have rights to a lawsuit, as this is obstruction of justice for destroying evidence, threatening witnesses, influencing investigators or judges, intentionally delaying, defunding, or derailing an investigation or court process. Anybody who is stuck in backlog, waiting for welfare benefits, as well as anybody who has submitted any legal complaints that have not been addressed by our federal agencies, has grounds for a lawsuit. Because of the fact that these guys are trying to obstruct justice by defunding these agencies even further, worsening the backlog. Anybody who is caught in backlog right now, your rights are being violated. So then we are looking at millions of American citizens whose rights are being violated as a result of what is taking place through DOGE and through our Congress in trying to defund these agencies. So they are creating a situation where none of these cases will be addressed, and all of the people who are stuck in backlog will either be deprived of property or will not be delivered justice, which is also a constitutional right. These politicians are in violation of their oath to office. They need to be impeached. See, the problem we have is that, technically a congressional term is two years. But they're not free from their actions, and I do think that any individuals involved in co-conspiring in this money laundering scheme need to be held legally accountable. And so then with that being said, if any of you fucking pieces of shit are watching this, my advice would be that when you see the short bus, the MAGA short bus of special needs motherfuckers, do not participate in what they're doing. You're better off if you want to not spend your life in jail. What's left of it? Distancing yourself from the short bus.
Congressional members and legal accountability. Waffles Mcgrawl. May 23, 2025. A sitting member of Congress can indeed be prosecuted, convicted, and sentenced to prison for criminal offenses such as racketeering, financial corruption, or other serious crimes. While members of Congress have certain constitutional protections, these do not shield them from criminal liability. Constitutional protections and their limits. Article 1, Section 6, Clause 1 of the U.S. Constitution provides that senators and representatives are privileged from arrest during their attendance at the session of their respective houses and in going to and returning from the same, except in cases of treason, felony, and breach of the peace. The Supreme Court has interpreted breach of the peace broadly to encompass all criminal offenses, thereby limiting this privilege to civil arrests only. Additionally, the Speech or Debate Clause offers immunity to members of Congress for legislative acts, protecting them from being questioned in any other place for any speech or debate in either house. However, this protection does not extend to criminal conduct outside the scope of legislative activities. Historical precedents. There have been instances where sitting members of Congress faced criminal prosecution. William J. Jefferson, a former U.S. representative from Louisiana, Jefferson was convicted in 2009 on multiple counts of bribery and sentenced to 13 years in prison, marking one of the longest sentences ever handed down to a congressman for bribery. Chris Collins, a former U.S. representative from New York, Collins pleaded guilty to insider trading charges in 2019 and was sentenced to 26 months in prison. Mel Reynolds, a former U.S. representative from Illinois, Reynolds was convicted in 1995 on charges including criminal sexual assault and obstruction of justice, resulting in a 5-year prison sentence. Wikipedia. Civil lawsuits and criminal prosecution. While civil lawsuits themselves do not result in criminal penalties like imprisonment, they can uncover evidence of criminal conduct. Such evidence can prompt criminal investigations and prosecutions by appropriate authorities. If a member of Congress is found guilty of criminal charges, they can be sentenced to prison, regardless of their current position. Conclusion. In summary, members of Congress are not immune from criminal prosecution and can be imprisoned if found guilty of serious crimes. The constitutional protections in place are designed to ensure the independence of the legislative branch but do not provide a shield against criminal accountability.
You are not above the law. All right, so what do we see MAGA doing right now, though? I mean, you got 3 different clauses of constitutional law that are being broken in regards to your right to justice in the middle of all this. They're deliberately clogging the courts. They're clogging the courts in our federal agencies. Now, if everybody in our federal agencies does what they are told to do by our federal agencies when they receive this bullshit letter, when their case is thrown out, considering how bad our agencies have been purposefully and with criminal intent as part of a conspiracy while defrauding the United States, backed up by Republicans in Congress, if all of these people who are told to pursue civil cases, when they receive a letter saying that your case is dismissed and there has been no investigation, nothing is being done, the law is not being enforced. If everybody were to file civil cases, then the civil courts would just get backed up, and again, we then again have a situation where there is no justice. It is not that justice cannot be served. It's not that we don't have the means to see to it that people have justice. Donald Trump is making this argument. He is making this argument because he has conspired while racketeering with Republicans in Congress throughout the entire duration of the pandemic against the United States of America. He has engaged in conspiracy, insurrection. Not just in January 6th. I'm talking about right now. That's what this is under clause of law. That is what this is. That is what we are looking at right now. This is what happened, and I am telling you what happened. So can we stop scratching our heads like, why are they doing all this shit? I am explaining it to you right now. I'm a whistleblower. We need to stop with this idiocy out here. People are going to lose their lives. Quit playing dumb. I'm not just out here blowing wind out of my ass. I'm trying to explain to you what happened as somebody whose life has been destroyed. I am a victim, a witness, and a government whistleblower, and I am telling. Let's just go ahead and stop and take a moment, and the next thing we're gonna look at is Republicans committing fraud. Alright, so now we're looking at U.S. Senator Rick Scott. I've tried to take on this several times. My phone crashed, this crashed, that crashed, everything crashed, the whole world came crashing down, my computer crashed. Alright, Rick Scott. U.S. Senator, how is this guy still in office? That's what I want to know. So we're going to just take this ought to give a clean overview. This man is a current U.S. Senator. And I don't think that he should be any longer. I'm very confused as to why and how it is that he is in office, that he is still in office. This makes no sense. It speaks to a failure in our ethics committees, in my opinion. Richard Lynn Scott. From Florida. Imagine that. Florida. Man, y'all just need a clean house down there. Just clean it all out. That place is like a cesspool as far as what I'm finding for the people that are holding office in regards to the situation. How the hell is this guy still in office? So we're just going to take a real quick look at this article. If I can figure out what tab is it that I just had open. Did I close it? Okay, no, it's highlighted right here. So we're going to copy it, we're going to paste it, we're going to put it in our text-to-speech reader because Americans are illiterate, we're too lazy to read, and that includes me. Alright, here we go.
One of the largest defrauders of Medicare in history still wants to gut Medicare. April 18, 2022. Senator Rick Scott, who oversaw one of the largest Medicare frauds in our nation's history and earned his hospital chain a total of $1.7 billion in fines, is still hell-bent on gutting Medicare coverage for seniors. Already, elected Republicans and candidates around the country are voicing support for Senator Scott's plan to sunset all federal legislation after 5 years, which could mean the end of key programs that millions of Americans rely on, including Medicare. Don't believe this is a problem for Republicans? Just ask the Republicans who are trashing Rick Scott for blowing the door open on their agenda. Washington Post. Florida Senator Rick Scott has been publicly dressed down by Republican leader Mitch McConnell, privately rebuked by his colleagues, and repeatedly accused of running the National Republican Senatorial Committee in a way that benefits his own future over the candidates he was hired to get elected. Washington Post. But during the 7 weeks of turmoil since Scott dropped a provocative conservative policy bomb on an unsuspecting party, a plan that called for tax increases and expiration dates for all federal laws, including those establishing Social Security and Medicare, he has not once expressed regret. Instead, the former hospital chain CEO and two-term governor, the richest man in the Senate, argues that he owes his detractors nothing. Yet that hasn't stopped Republican candidates across the country from saying middle-class families aren't paying enough in taxes and wanting to put Medicare, Social Security, and Medicaid at risk. Associated Press. Mike Gibbons, a leading Republican Senate candidate from Ohio, said at a media event last fall that middle-class Americans don't pay any kind of a fair share of income taxes. The Daily Beast. At least 4 GOP candidates in the most important battleground states this fall have either explicitly expressed support for Scott's plan or have campaigned on the political views that form the foundation of his platform.
I've been recording this video for 2 days now. Yeah, so let's take a look at this. Rick Scott tries to rewrite history. So what we're looking at right now is this dude did legitimately do this. He was using what is called a vehicle. So he used his company as a vehicle for the money to get it to him. And for some reason, he's still in office. This was discovered all the way back in like 2022 is when that article was written. And this guy is still holding seat as a United States Senator. So there's something to think about. But yeah, let's take a look at this.
Miami Herald. Rick Scott tries to rewrite history on $1.7 billion Medicare fraud controversy. May 10, 2024. Share. Share on Facebook. Share on Twitter. Yesterday, Rick Scott skipped a vote in the Senate so he could kiss up to Donald Trump and remind everyone how we oversaw the largest Medicare fraud in history. In response to Scott's bogus claims of political persecution, the Miami Herald reminded Floridians that Scott, in his words, took responsibility for his company defrauding Medicare recipients and military families. Click here to read the article. See key excerpts below. Miami Herald. Rick Scott tries to rewrite history on $1.7 billion Medicare fraud controversy. But U.S. Senator Rick Scott went out of his way, quite literally, on Thursday to attend former President Donald Trump's hush money trial in Manhattan and remind Americans that he once ran a healthcare company that was slapped with the largest Medicare fraud fine in U.S. history. In a press conference outside the courthouse in Manhattan where Trump is on trial, Scott compared the criminal charges against Trump to the federal Medicare and Medicaid fraud investigation that resulted in $1.7 billion in fines against Columbia, U.S.A., the healthcare company that helped make Scott the United States' wealthiest U.S. senator. But in comparing himself to Trump, Scott, who is seeking re-election to the Senate this November, is also trying to rewrite history. Scott himself acknowledged years ago that his company had made mistakes. "I was in charge and even questioned by authorities. But that's not what matters," Scott said in a 2010 campaign ad. "What matters is that the company made mistakes and as CEO I take responsibility and learn from it." According to federal investigators, the hospital company systemically defrauded Medicare, Medicaid and other federal healthcare programs while paying kickbacks to its physicians. In 2010, during his first run for Florida governor, Scott sought to head off questions about his corporate record by saying that he took responsibility for issues at Columbia, U.S.A., even though he insisted that he was not aware of any wrongdoing at the time. Scott made a similar claim in 2018, when he first sought his U.S. Senate seat, cutting an ad saying he took responsibility for what happened at the hospital company and claiming that it was the mark of a leader.
So this is Anna Wolf, and she is an American investigative journalist known for her work covering corruption in Mississippi's restitution centers and welfare fund scandal in 2023. Wolf won the Pulitzer Prize for local reporting. She covers inequity and corruption in government safety net programs. So, Anna Wolf caught the governor stealing money from the welfare programs. What? Are you part of the show? This is political commentary from Hayate, and that is what she has to say about Anna Wolf. Yeah, she's definitely adding her own commentary. Yeah, so the governor tried to file a defamation lawsuit against her news outlet, after she had uncovered fraud. So this governor is former Mississippi Governor Phil Bryant, who was stealing welfare money during 2023. Okay, no, he served from 2012 to 2020, but he got caught stealing fraud money from our welfare programs. I'm trying to figure out what is his party. Why does it not? Oh, right there. He's a Republican. Imagine that. There's a Republican stealing welfare funds. His name is Phil Bryant. And he was the governor of Mississippi. And then they tried to sue her for covering the story and gave her a defamation suit. Let's check this. What is this article? So this is from January 8th, 2020.
Judge dismisses former Miss Governor's defamation lawsuit against news outlet. By the Associated Press, published on April 8, 2025. Select dynamic field. Then Gov. Phil Bryant ponders his response to a question regarding his legacy following a life of public service while sitting in his Jackson, Mississippi, Capitol office, Jan. 8, 2020. AP photo, Rogelio v. Solis, file. Jackson, Mississippi. AP, a judge has dismissed a lawsuit by former Mississippi Gov. Phil Bryant that claimed a local news outlet defamed him in public comments about its Pulitzer Prize-winning reporting on the misspending of $77 million in federal welfare funds. The one-page ruling April 4 by Madison County Circuit Court Judge Bradley Mills sided with lawyers for Mississippi Today, who had argued that the news outlet had engaged in constitutionally protected speech. For the past 22 months, we've vigorously defended our Pulitzer Prize-winning reporting and our characterizations of Bryant's role in the Mississippi welfare scandal, Mississippi Today said in a statement on its website. We are grateful today that the court, after careful deliberation, dismissed the case. Bryant filed suit in 2023, weeks after Mississippi Today and one of its reporters, Anna Wolf, won a Pulitzer Prize for her coverage of how welfare funds intended for poor Mississippians, some of the most impoverished people in the U.S., were diverted to the rich and powerful. Bryant's lawsuit didn't challenge the accuracy of Wolf's series, The Back Channel, which shed light on the welfare scandal. Instead, Bryant's lawyers argued that the news outlet, its CEO and other employees made slanderous comments about Bryant when discussing the series in public settings, including a radio interview and a speech at a journalism conference. Attorneys for Mississippi Today argued that the comments Bryant claimed had harmed his reputation were entirely or substantially true, and that Bryant failed to show any of the statements were made with actual malice, meaning they were knowingly or recklessly false. Because of that, the lawyers said, Bryant didn't meet the legal standard for politicians and other public figures to prove defamation as said by the U.S. Supreme Court in New York Times Co. v. Sullivan, 1964. Bryant's attorney, William Quinn II, said April 7 he would appeal the judge's dismissal to the Mississippi Supreme Court. This matter is far from over, Quinn said in an emailed statement. Governor Bryant remains confident in the legal basis of this case and the righteousness of this cause. The nonprofit Committee to Protect Journalists praised the judge's decision to throw out the lawsuit. Suing news organizations just because you don't like their reporting is a crude intimidation tactic that can drain resources and discourage critical coverage, said Catherine Jacobson, the committee's U.S. program coordinator, in a statement posted on X. We hope that this case serves as a deterrent to those who would seek to sue outlets into silence. Prosecutors have said the state's Human Services Agency gave money to nonprofit organizations that spent it on projects such as a $5 million volleyball facility at the University of Southern Mississippi, a project for which retired NFL quarterback Brett Favre agreed to raise money. Mississippi Auditor Shad White announced in February 2020 that criminal charges had been brought against 6 people, including John Davis, a former Mississippi Department of Human Services executive director who had been chosen by Bryant. The announcement came weeks after Bryant, a Republican, finished his second and final term as governor. Davis and others have pleaded guilty. No criminal charges have been filed against Bryant, and he has said he told the auditor in 2019 about possible misspending of money from the Temporary Assistance for Needy Families anti-poverty program. Favre also has not been charged with a crime. The Pro Football Hall of Famer is among more than 36 defendants in a civil lawsuit the state filed in 2022. The suit demands repayment of money that was misspent through TANF. White, the Republican state auditor, said in 2020 that Favre had improperly received $1.1 million in speaking fees from a nonprofit organization that spent welfare money with approval from the State Department of Human Services. White said Favre did not show up for the speeches. Although Favre repaid the $1.1 million, White said last year that he still owes nearly $730,000 in interest. The Free Speech Center newsletter offers a digest of First Amendment and news media news every other week. Subscribe for free here, https://bit.ly/3kg9weege.
What is this? It's from 3 days ago, which was May 28th, 2025.
Scott McFarland joins me now here at the family table. Scott, welcome for your first episode here at the family table. There's a pardon parade going on from the Trump administration. Walk, if you can, our audience through some of the highlights.
About a dozen more, either pardons.
Such as they might be.
Yeah, well, exactly. It could be pardons, it could be clemency, it can be commutations, but they're doling them out more and more. And today at the White House, we've learned of another one, Michael Grimm, the former New York congressman who served time in 2016 for fraud, healthcare fraud. His case has now resulted in a pardon. There's going to be more as the day goes on, but you got to add that to the list this week. You had the Virginia sheriff, the former sheriff who was caught on camera taking cash bribes in exchange for badges for private citizens. He got a pardon the day he was to report to prison. And in the middle, you see Todd and Julie Chrisley, the reality TV show stars who were in prison when they got their pardons today.
As we can clearly see, we have Republicans. Senate is part of Congress. We have Republicans in Congress who appear to be engaging in fraud. We have a state governor who got caught doing welfare fraud. We got people getting caught doing Medicare, Medicaid fraud, whichever one. Trump is pardoning people who do fraud. And we got all this money that went missing through our federal agencies. And that's what I'm looking at. Yeah, I got fraud on my unemployment account. You know? And this has caused a lot of problems in my life, and I think those problems need to be fixed, and I think that fraud is against the law. And I think that anybody who is stuck in backlog because if they pass this budget bill, this one big treasonous bill, I think that that's a lot of people that are they're being denied their rights. They're not being given a fair hearing if they wind up losing their benefits. What the hell are these guys doing? What are they doing interrupting our programs? Talking about shutting stuff down like the EEOC? What about all the cases that are stuck in the EEOC? Are you going to clear the backlogs? I think if they're going to try to defund these agencies, I think they need to clear the backlogs first. Are you trying to bury the backlogs? Are you trying to make it so that the evidence never gets discovered of all the fraud that took place? Because that's what this whole DOGE thing looks like to me. You know? I mean, from where I'm sitting, looking at all of this, with all of that in consideration, it looks to me like if Musk is just going to suddenly, the moment that the election is won, go running into our federal agencies where all this money went missing and start plugging in external servers, that he's probably trying to cover up all that fraud. That's what it looks like to me. So I'm in my final round of revisions on this video, and what happened was I accidentally deleted my main file. Like, I had everything put together, and then I exported it, and then I ran out of space when trying to add additional content. So there's something important, though, that I want people to see, because I'm a government whistleblower. I'm out here acting publicly. I have been for the last 3 years, and believe me, they've seen me. They know who I am. I'm pretty sure I mentioned this somewhere in this video, but I don't even know. I don't got 4 hours to try and go over this. You know, it would take me more than 4 hours, actually, to try and go over this, to go and find the specific spot in this video that I had entered this content. So I'm going to go ahead and re-enter it, and I'm going to do it right here. Elon Musk went running into our federal agencies. Pretty sure I'm getting watched by these guys. And I freaked out because I'm sitting on all this data and I'm like, oh shit, dude, they're trying to hack our computers. I mean, that was my first thought based on knowing what I know and seeing this kind of behavior go on. So I immediately got on camera and recorded the footage, the evidence of that there is fraud on my unemployment account. And this is happening to a lot of accounts. But I want to make sure that this is known and that this is seen, since I'm out here trying to do something about it. And they're probably going to come out, try to make up some sort of lies. It looks like they're already trying to flake it on that one. No, this is Republicans that are doing this. I'm very certain of that. So, anyways, yeah, computer hacking has been a big issue. There's evidence of computer hacking that was going on. If you go to my article about MAGA human trafficking prior to the election, certainly appears to me that during this pandemic, somebody was also manipulating the computers to make it so that the asylum website was not functional. You know, and then Donald Trump's making statements about Elon and the computers are so good with computers. Yeah, there's shit going on with the computers. We have a whistleblower. This whistleblower was also working for the Department of Labor. There's an article that has been released by NPR titled, "A Whistleblower's Disclosure Details How DOGE May Have Taken Sensitive Labor Data." Talking about how the moment that Elon Musk got into the Department of Labor, he immediately started trying to access the core systems, which he was not authorized and did not have appropriate permissions to do. And then Russians immediately started trying to access the key systems. You can go look that article up. So yeah, anyways, I put this out. I put a video. Look at my account. Look at what's going on at the Department of Labor. And then the next day, the Department of Labor website went offline. I'm like drafting a letter to a lawyer to show the evidence and make sure that this is documented and people see it. I'm trying to explain the situation of what's going on at our federal agencies to these people who are trying to take legal action on the matter. And I try to just get some information, make sure that this is documented, make sure that people see it. And the next day, the Department of Labor website is taken offline right after I show the fraud that's on my account. And this is why I believe that they are rerouting banking account numbers, because I'm pretty sure that they've probably had some sort of crawler going through the systems throughout the duration of the pandemic, pinching money off of claimant accounts and stuffing it into alternate locations, money laundering, defrauding the United States of America, stealing money from our federal agencies, to include the Department of Labor's unemployment program. Now, if you see what it is that these guys are doing, all this stuff I'm yelling about, it certainly appears that they are trying really hard with all of their endeavors, and this is what you should be paying attention to. They are trying so fucking hard to bury those cases. They are trying so fucking hard to make sure that the people who were defrauded don't have any legal recourse by putting the systems in backlog, making it so nobody can get justice, making it so that there's no discovery. It is the concealment of evidence is what it is. The fraud is still on my account, last I checked. But because of the fact that I made this public, I'm just going to say it's probably fair to assume that what happened with this particular incident is that the banking information in regards to whatever account the stolen money off of my unemployment account that did not go into my bank. Whoever the fuck that got routed to, they probably changed that information because they know that I'm working on this whole federal agencies thing, and I've been out here and I've been loud and I've been rude this whole time. So I think that's part of what they're doing. I think they're trying to conceal the banking information or whatever the fuck where the money went. I think that's what DOGE is. I think that's a good chunk of what DOGE is doing. Now, the fact that we keep seeing Russians all over in the middle of this, and I was watching a congressional hearing where somebody in Congress did disclose that there were signs that a lot of this money that did go missing during this time period was also getting funneled into Russians. But I'm not going down that rabbit hole. I'm not the one with the information. That's that person. I'm not going to say what my resource is, but I did see that. So anyways, I'm just going to show you this evidence of tampering, further tampering with my unemployment account that looks to me like an attempt to conceal evidence of a crime. I don't know if this is already in this video. I think it got deleted though, so I'm going to put it back in here. This is on my YouTube channel. This is footage off of my YouTube channel. I'm now going to show you what is happening on my unemployment account. This is evidence. This is my Colorado State unemployment account for personal security. I am not going to show certain personal details. Today is the 2nd of February 2025. The Department of Labor claims that I owe them $768 of an overpayment. There are duplicate transactions on my unemployment account. That money did not get transferred into my bank. My bank accounts got froze because of what the Department of Labor has been doing. My case with the SEC against Altice or Optimum U.S.A. still has yet to be resolved. It's been open for quite some time now. It's been open for so long that the statute of limitations on record keeping for the company that was committing the crime of stealing from United States customers now has the legal right to destroy evidence and probably already has. I contacted both the SEC and the FCC to try and see to it that that information is held on to. My work skills are that I am a cook by trade. I've got 9 years of customer service experience, and I've also got 10 years of work experience working in construction and landscaping. Call center work has been leaving my state because of the cost of living. It has been very difficult to find call center work because the pandemic has caused call centers to go to lower wage states looking for work from home employees. People in my local region are filling up all the restaurant jobs. I'm having a very hard time finding work. The hateful rhetoric coming out of these politicians towards women, minorities, and the disabled, along with the attempts to do harm to women politically by MAGA politicians, has caused a situation for me where, as a landscape foreman, I am having difficulty keeping my work because these crybaby white supremacists feel emboldened to throw temper tantrums to try and interfere with my right to hold a job. So I have a complaint I filed with the EEOC, and then I just gave up. I got a shit ton of legal cases all over the place. And my ability to work, my right to work, is being affected by what these politicians are doing. And they're trying to take money from me. I'm not paying that $700-something that's went into somebody else's bank account. And I'm not the only one dealing with this kind of crap, so hold up. I'm writing a book. This is a report on the state of the backlogs And what I see here, see, I wrote this, I collected information. What I see in all of this is that it looks like the United States Congress deliberately defunded our federal agencies in order to make it so that they're able to get away with crimes. You see, a lot of these agencies enforce the law, like immigration, which of all of the backlogs, that's cases that are not being handled. There are more than 2 million cases pending in U.S. immigration courts right now. Well, as of when I wrote this, that was in 2023. I mean, that's just an example of the law not being enforced, okay? This whole thing that we saw with these guys putting these migrants on buses and shipping them through the country and trying to play this game on immigration. The SEC is not enforcing the law. Okay? What has happened is that the United States Congress has, with criminal intent, in my opinion, sought to disrupt justice, obstruction of justice is what it is called, by creating a situation where post-pandemic, our legal system is so incredibly backed up. And we have people who are trying to get resolution to their problems, cases against employers that are stealing money off of them, people who live in inpatient care unable to get their Medicaid, because of the acts of MAGA politicians in the United States Congress in deliberately and with criminal intent denying the budgets that our agencies require to function. And I fully believe this is being done with the intent to conceal evidence of a crime. You know, here's a good example of some evidence of a crime. You see, I came in knowing already that this was going on. The problem that I have is that I've tried to handle this properly, and I have called agency after agency after agency, and all these politicians, nobody's doing anything. And what really pisses me off is that I've been contacting the White House and the CIA while all of this is going on, trying to hold the people who try to engage in fraud against me accountable, who also appear to be engaging in fraud against the United States. And now we've got Elon Musk plugging in computers to the government computers. That's what I have to say right now. That's what I want everybody to know. There's something I am unable to access the Colorado Department of Labor's website. This is what I'm getting. It is currently February 4th of 2025. Okay, so Colorado Department of Labor and Employment. That's what happens. I'm trying to check on my unemployment account because I'm trying to submit evidence of a crime to a lawyer. So, yeah, it is currently February 4th, 2025. It's okay. I got it on video, and yeah, everything that happens is being archived. So there's that. One moment. I'm a whistleblower. There has been a lot of money going missing through our federal agencies over the last 4 years. And what I'm attempting to access right now, you can see in one of my previous videos, which is also posted to YouTube and is still on my computer and will not be removed so easily. Yeah, there's transactions on my Department of Labor accounts for my own claim as a claimant
of money that went to somebody else's bank account that's not mine. And the reason why I'm so fervent in pointing this out is because I spoke to hundreds of people within my state who were unable to collect their unemployment during the course of this pandemic. I want to remind everybody that we've been coming out of a pandemic, and over the last 4 years, our government has failed to act in the interest of the people. What is happening at our various federal agencies is that the system is getting backed up. It is getting clogged with case after case after case after case because the United States Congress failed to fund our federal agencies when we were coming out of a pandemic. This should have been a very high priority for the United States Congress if the United States Congress was working in the interest of the nation in trying to fix the problems that we're experiencing as a country coming out of a pandemic. That's what they should have done if they were trying to recover the economy. Instead, what has happened is millions of dollars have gone missing, and the people who have attempted to file for benefits that they qualify for have been placed on a hold, ignored, treated very rudely. I have a man with a case that contacted me and gave me his legal paperwork because he was met with threats and intimidation when trying to get moved to a different living situation as a disabled person who had a mold-infested apartment here in the state of Colorado. He was met with threats and intimidation. I can only insert my opinion. None of this is I can't prove guilt without going through the courts. And the problem is a lot of Americans cannot afford the courts. So I've written up this whole bunch of information. I got 600 pages of crap. But the problem is these guys keep moving. So it's easier for me to speak than to be trying to focus on getting a whole damn ass book published, because that's too little too late in my opinion. But yeah, I'm not able to access the Department of Labor's website. Would you look at that? So hypothetically speaking, if the money that has been going missing through our agencies, which is likely billions of dollars between all of the states, was being taken by MAGA Republicans and people holding office and Elon Musk, hypothetically speaking, then this is exactly what I would expect to happen, which is what is taking place right now with Elon Musk going rampant through our agencies, doing things he's not supposed to be doing. So I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing here. That's me letting you guys know, giving you a vague idea of what's going on. Other than that, I want to remind people that some of these agencies enforce the law. Like the Securities and Exchange Commission. There was a journal article titled, "Wearing Out the Watchdog." And in that article, information is given stating that the Securities and Exchange Commission has not been investigating larger cases of fraud because they can't afford to do so. Because Congress keeps denying the budgets. The same thing is happening at the Equal Employment Opportunity Center, where any cases are just being thrown out without investigation, no cause for dismissal, just thrown away, just thrown out because they can't afford to investigate cases. The same thing is also happening at the Department of Labor, and this is what I have been trying to blow the whistle on for the last 2 years. I feel like a broken record, but yeah, anyways, why is the Colorado Department of Labor's website offline? I'm sorry, but if you're trying to hide something, I got screenshots of all this, and you can't remove the fact that my bank accounts have been frozen as a result of your actions. So I'm gonna keep going, and I'm not the one committing crimes. So for the people that are committing crimes right now, I guess maybe you should have thought about not doing those things. No, I mean, there's consequences for behavior. And if you're gonna do stupid shit, play stupid games, win stupid prizes, y'all want to wind up putting your own selves in jail, that is your own problem that you did to yourself. But I don't think you're going to be able to hide from what has been done. I just want to say that it certainly appears to me that what these people have done is deliberately clog up our legal system to see to it that the law is not being enforced, making it easier to get away with crimes such as defrauding the United States of America. This is my personal opinion, and according to my rights as a citizen, my First Amendment freedom of speech protects my right to express my opinion. I'm also a journalist. So, freedom of the press, so I have every right to express my opinion. But yeah, from what I've seen, I will probably be releasing this data sometime soon. I got things I need to do. I gotta review everything, make it make sense. Writing sucks, and I don't like it. I want to live my life, and trying to protect the American people does not make me money. Oh, my ability to work or be employed in my field that I have been working as a supervisor in for the last 10 years has been impacted, and I'm getting robbed, and I'm very upset, and I'm expressing my feelings about my emotions. But it definitely looks like these guys deliberately clogged up the legal system, because what's happening is there's people that have cases, and then those cases are not getting addressed. They're losing money. They're having to file bankruptcy, sell their homes, sell their vehicles, etc., etc., as a result of unnecessary financial hardship on top of what happened during the pandemic. It has been made worse by what has been taking place at our federal agencies over the last 4 years due to the behaviors of the United States Congress. And the problem is that people have legal cases, lawsuits, they're reporting crimes to these agencies like fraud, which is handled by the Securities and Exchange Commission. I want to remind everybody that another one of these agencies that has not received appropriate funding, which I believe is a deliberate attempt to obstruct justice, is the FBI. The FBI is supposed to protect national security. Same thing with the border security, too. That's been defunded. When you take the money away from the agencies that they need to be able to do their jobs, they are not able to do their jobs. And the victims of these crimes have been filing case upon case, trying to get their problems resolved, and are not getting any resolution because practically none of our agencies have been functioning. So the law itself is not being enforced as a result of the United States Congress depriving our agencies of the budgets that they need to function. This includes the FBI, as well as border security, both of which protect national security. Considering that money has been going missing in the middle of all of this, I cannot help but wonder what has been taking place and what the motive is behind defunding our agencies.
Now, before we proceed and go any further, while I'm in here doing a final round of revisions before I go to post this, I just want to make sure that I clearly state that what they have done by backing up our agencies and making it so that people are not able to get the help that they need, the aid that they need, being food assistance, financial assistance, and legal assistance through our federal agencies. The SEC and the EEOC and various other agencies are supposed to enforce the law. So they're not only creating a situation where a shit ton of laws are not even being enforced because the agencies that are supposed to be enforcing those laws are not doing so. Laws are just not getting enforced as a result of the backlogs and then backing up these agencies and then trying to dismantle these agencies. This is what these agencies are. This is why these agencies matter. But on top of that, if you're a victim of these crimes, good luck getting a lawyer. They're targeting the low income. People always want to talk about how only people with money have access to our legal system.
It's not that they're trying to steal money, it's that they did. And this problem has affected roughly about 30% of the population, if not more. This is a mass scale issue. Okay, what I saw when I was writing that backlog report was that a shit ton of women and children were not getting food assistance across the entire nation. This is not limited to the state that I'm in. This is going on in every state at all these agencies. These are federal agencies. So as a result, I don't know if anybody remembers seeing lines with cars at our nonprofits trying to provide people with food. Yeah, it's because Republicans were stealing from our federal programs. That's why all that happened. So they have overburdened our nonprofit agencies, making it so that everybody's scrambling like chickens with their heads cut off. They have created a crisis here in the United States by doing this. But then on top of that, people are not even able to get legal assistance. All the fucking lawyers are bogged down. And what really fucking sucks about all this is this really pisses me off is that, they're good luck getting legal assistance. You're not going to get any legal assistance. These people are targeting people that are already hard off. The option for me is like deal with a schizophrenic that I live with. He's schizotypal, saying fucked up shit to me all the time, and I stay locked in this room. Schizophrenics are very likely to become dangerous and violent. And I'm dealing with all this disease because this motherfucker smells like fucking ass and don't know how to clean up after himself, don't know how to clean his own self, don't know how to wash his ass and wear some fucking deodorant. And I'm constantly watching my back, waiting for this individual to get violent. Because as a female in the United States, I'm not allowed to have safety and security, even though the Constitution is supposed to grant me the right to equal protection under the law. Yet here I am with my rights being violated, and I'm not able to get any legal help. There's nothing I can do. Whole court system's fucking backed up. And if we take all this shit to civil courts, nothing's gonna get done. ACLU don't give a fuck, okay? The ACLU is a waste of fucking time if you ask me. That organization's a joke. Good luck getting legal assistance. It's low-income people, particularly women. We all know there's a wage gap. Hello, demographic targeting. Civil rights are being violated. But Americans are so worthless that they're just going to let this happen. And the legal profession has turned into such a fucking joke of a practice that they're just going to let this shit happen. They ain't trying to look out for you. You ain't got no money. Fucking go along, Even though these guys just stole all the fucking money from us. They stole from us. I wouldn't be in this situation if they didn't do this kind of shit. They stole from us. Bad guy steals all your money, so now you have no money to go to court, and no lawyer wants to deal with anybody who ain't got no money, so much for your fucking rights. That's the situation that they're creating, and that's obstruction of justice. But yeah, I will let you guys know, I've been contacting lawyers for 3 fucking years, and it's gotten so bad to the point that I wrote a whole ass motherfucking book because lawyers want you to send out some sort of explanation of what's going on. Well, I got a shit ton of legal cases being ignored. And I've been deprived of my rights. And I'm dealing with civil rights violations. So now I have a 200-something page book to explain to you what's going on. And I'm still not getting help. So I don't know what we need to do. But these motherfuckers belong in jail. As of 2024, Americans' confidence in the judicial system has reached a historical low. According to Gallup, only 35% of Americans express confidence in the nation's courts and judicial system, marking a significant decline of 24 percentage points since 2020. Yeah, there's a whole long excerpt about why it is that we need a judicial system. Because without the judicial system, without justice, people are likely to take the law into their own hands. And I am not endorsing or encouraging that anybody do that. But this is why it is a national security risk to be tampering with any form of our system of justice. And that does include our federal agencies, many of which are supposed to enforce the law. So ultimately what we're looking at is, it certainly appears to me that they are trying to murder their victims and, do everything that they can to obstruct justice and make it so that we're not heard by dehumanizing us. And then the people that are out here talking about these issues, they're not talking about the victims. They're not talking about what's been done to these people. The people that have been targeted are not a part of the conversation. So I don't personally, as of right now, I don't see how this situation is going to get any better. And I almost wonder if they're trying to do that on purpose. If they're trying to create a situation where there's violence here, and if this is a foreign adversary that has gotten control over our governmental body, which, there's a good chance of that since our government has failed to serve the people for a very long time now. Looks like these guys are using Citizens United to get into our governmental body. I mean, that's what it looks like. But other than that, these are American politicians that have been here, whether they're purchased or not. They need to be held accountable to the law for the crimes that they have committed. And the situation needs to be remedied. That money that they stole needs to be given back, and the people that they victimized need remedies. Period. But other than that, if this is likely to create a situation where people just gonna start beating the shit out of each other, some guy steals from another guy, so then he gets his ass beat. Ultimately, at the end of the day, when we're looking at this being done to about 30%, if not more, of the population, this could turn into a destabilizing event, making it, therefore, an attack on the United States. And whether or not they calculated for that, I'm kind of thinking that they did. I think they're deliberately trying to piss off the poorest in the population to try and create a destabilizing event. I mean, it's well documented that this is something that's likely to happen, is people are going to get pissed and they're going to start taking the law into their own hands. And for people who do these kinds of crimes, and I'm talking about what MAGA did, stealing all this money. This has the potential to destabilize the nation. And other than that, if they're trying to kill their victims, which it certainly looks like it is just as an act of obstruction of justice and concealment of evidence, that's pretty disgusting. That's really gross that somebody would be trying to commit a genocide here in our own home. And I do think that qualifies as treason, and I do think that these are acts of war against the United States people. And I'm free to my opinion. As an American citizen, I'm using my First Amendment right to freedom of speech. And I'm going to continue to do that. So we're going to proceed with the rest of this video, and I'm going to get out of here and finish with the editing this and get this online. It looks like they're attempting to conceal evidence. That's what a lot of this looks like to me. So we're going to keep going, though, because I want to get all the facts broken down. So there's additional individuals, that we can look at in regards to Republicans committing fraud. One of them is Josh Gottheim from New Jersey. He used taxpayer funds to release personal ads for his political campaign. I'm also wondering what Linda McMahon is doing with our education funding. So we're going to get off of that topic, and we're now going to move on, and we're going to stop and take a moment to think about what's going on with our immigration stuff, because as you can see, we have an immigration backlog of 2 million, which is probably more now. So if you want to know what's going on with ICE and all these migrants, these are people who are trying to renew their visas and stuff, who, if it were not for the interference of Donald Trump and his buddies, Mike Johnson people in Congress, if they had not been interfering with our agencies with criminal intent, these are people who would have just been able to process their freaking paperwork. And now they're being targeted and victimized. So this was all, from my own perspective, like I had this whole backlog and I'm like, oh damn, these immigration backlogs are the worst of all. And then I see that they're deliberately not funding the border through Congress, deliberately defunding the border by not providing funding to it. Thank you, Mike Johnson. And they obviously appear to be communicating with each other. This was like but last year. I'm watching these things play out. And then Greg Abbott goes, Joe Biden introduced several bills to try and fund border security and take care of the backlog. Okay, I'm just looking at, like, what is legitimate? What really needs to be done here? What is the issue? And it is that the border needs to be secure. So I have a whole article titled MAGA Human Trafficking. If you want to go into depth on this issue, I'm not going to do that on this video because I've already provided all this information. It is available. It will be in the comments, or I'm sorry, the description on this video. Like, all the evidence is in the article. I have provided my receipts. But they're all buddying up, and then Greg Abbott is out here making claims that he's doing the crazy shit that he's doing, shipping migrants throughout the country on buses because of Joe Biden. No, dude. No. You guys deliberately and with criminal intent buddied up as an act of racketeering organized crime to deliberately defund our agencies so that you can then proceed to campaign on the border crisis for the next several months. And then after Trump getting into presidency, proceed to continue to dehumanize immigrants and ship them to fucking El Salvador, dude. Are you guys making profit off of slave trading? What is going on here? Because that's what it looks like. So all that information's available. Joe Biden even called him out on it, that Donald Trump was calling Congress to interfere with the actions of a sitting president, being Joe Biden at the time. That is illegal. That is conspiracy. In the way that it was done, qualifies as conspiracy under United States law. Go check the receipts and really look into that. And if you watch that documentary that's in that article, you'll also see evidence of computer hacking going on inside of our federal agencies prior to Trump's election. It's documented. They were tampering with the asylum system. Here's another example of manufactured crisis. This was documented around November 6th, 2024.
A lot of rallies, they're big ones. We did full rallies as opposed, so we got in about 5 o'clock in the morning. We left Michigan. I think Michigan's going to be great, especially since we killed the biggest factory that ever got an auto factory that I think anywhere at any time, which would have, destroyed them. And we did that without being president. So that was a big thing. But
yeah, so that happened. I'm pretty sure that's video footage of Donald Trump blatantly admitting to destroying the automotive industry in Michigan. And then, on April 29th, we have this footage.
Back in this beautiful state. I love this state. Got a lot of auto jobs coming. Watch what's happening. The companies are coming in by the tens. You got to see what's happening. They all want to come back to Michigan and build cars again. You know why? Because of our tax and tariff policy. They're coming from all over the world. They're coming up and they're opening up plants and they're talking to us all day and all night. They want to get here and they're coming in at levels you've never seen before. And I want to thank the auto workers for your support. That was great. back in this beautiful state with thousands of proud, hardworking American patriots. And we're here tonight in the heartland of our nation to celebrate the most successful first 100 days of any administration in the history of our country, and that's according to many, many people.
So MAGA manufactured a crisis at the border and also manufactured a crisis in the auto industry in Michigan. I wonder how many other crises they've manufactured. This is just an example. There are real victims to the crimes that these people are committing. And there's a lot of them. I mean, we're looking at a situation where people who have just been trying to do something as simple as filing paperwork, you know, being all of these people in immigration, all the visa renewals that have been backed up and blocked, and now they're denying people. When you see them denying people their renewals in courts, these are people who literally tried to file the Trump administration while interfering with the Biden administration's presidency illegally, against the law, as an act of conspiracy. Victimized. These are people who should have just been able to process their paperwork that are now being used as political pawns. So again, I'm just going to restate, you know, there was a 16.3% increase in government benefits fraud cases in fiscal year 2023. While I was doing my investigation, had me looking straight at Trump and Congress. That's a 92% increase from where it was at in 2029. Where did this money go? What are they trying to cover up at DOGE? What do you think's going on here? Because, I mean, it certainly looks to me like they're trying to conceal evidence that they stole all that money. That's what it looks like. I think it's very obvious. Taxpayer funds, you know, stealing from the government that much money, that's a very serious federal crime, and I'm just wondering why it's being allowed. Can I go do these kinds of crimes? Can I go do this kind of stuff? Can I act like Donald Trump and go hurt a bunch of people and get away with it? Should we all do that? Is that the new standard of living? Is that how you survive in today's world? Is that what we need to do here? Is that how our country is? So, you know, in 2009, 49% of U.S. children, that's nearly half, that's 1% short of half of U.S. children, and 27% of working age adults participated in a social safety net program. This represents 30% of the total U.S. population. So not only am I a government whistleblower, I'm a witness, and I'm also a victim of a crime. Because I tried to get unemployment and I couldn't. And then I lost a job of somebody breaking the law, violating employment regulations, and I tried to file suit. You know, we have a court system for a reason. And I'm trying to handle things appropriately and in accordance with the law. Because I'm dealing with financial losses. And I'm trying to take these people to court because they're doing financial harm to me. And that's the whole purpose of the legal system. And my cases are just getting thrown away. I'm not the one that's out here hurting other people. I'm not the one doing this kind of stuff to other people. And I've had multiple instances of this, and now my life is just completely fallen apart. My vehicle is totaled after having an auto shop commit fraud against me. And this is what's happening in our federal agencies. People are filing cases, and those cases are getting discarded. They're not getting looked at all. You're going to be kept months waiting. And I'm talking about enforcement of the law. So the law is not being enforced. And that's what all of this is. With me talking about the backlogs. That's what the backlogs are. These are people who are just getting ignored and their cases are getting discarded. One of the things that really frustrates me in the middle of all of this is there's a whole segment of society that is completely detached from reality. My whole perspective on white supremacy, especially after this experience and seeing how the men in America behave, a lot of them don't know how to feed themselves or clean their own toilets and whine about how somebody else needs to do everything for them. Meanwhile, I'm like a juggling bear on a unicycle, jumping through flaming hoops trying to solve my fucking problems. Not because I'm doing this stuff, but because other people are doing this stuff. Where I'm at in life right now is not my fault, and it shouldn't be my problem. And I personally feel that the kinds of people who do this kind of stuff to people need to be held accountable. I'm not the one out here doing bad things. Is that what I need to do? I need to start hurting others? That's how you survive out here? Is that what I need to do? I feel like that's what I'm being taught right now. And I'm not encouraging anybody, but I'm out here to make these kinds of statements because we need to talk about this kind of shit. Like, please do not go out and hurt other people or steal from other people. That's the opposite of what I think that we need. I don't think that that's sustainable. I don't think that a country can continue to exist if everybody's just trying to hurt each other. And I think that people who act that way are disgraceful. But from my own perspective, I've seen a lot of incompetent men out here that can barely function. They lack a large amount of life skills. And so then I'm going to say with that, aristocracy and privilege, the only thing that it does is make a person mentally handicapped and incapable. Because there's a whole other world out here. And like I said, what I'm dealing with right now, this is not my fault. No, this is Mike Johnson's fault. This is Donald Trump's fault. This is all of those MAGA motherfuckers' fault. And I think that the damages that have been done to me need to be made up. And it's been 3 fucking years now. I am not in a safe living situation. I'm living with somebody that's incredibly mentally unstable. I have no source of income. And this is all because of what they've done to me. So I want to remind people when we're having this conversation about this big treasonous bill, because that's, at the end of the day, that's a large chunk of what this video is about. That is the primary purpose of this video. But at the same time, I need to make sure I'm voicing myself clearly so people understand what it is that's going on here, so you can see it too, so I'm not the only one seeing this shit. This one big treasonous bill, first of all, appears to be, I'm pretty sure these guys are doing what I think they're doing because everything they do just reaffirms that they're doing what I think they're doing. And that's my own perspective on this issue. And I'm an American citizen. I'm using my First Amendment right to freedom of speech and freedom of the press. And the whole purpose of freedom of speech is so that I have the right to criticize my government. And that's exactly what I'm doing right now. I'm a political commentator, and I will continue to do that. And it is my right as an American citizen. And I will continue to do so until the day I die. But there's a huge disconnect that I hear in the dialogue coming from people who actually have money right now. And what I feel like these people are not understanding is what's really going on here. Because right now I'm telling you all these legal cases are getting thrown out and people like me are being victimized. So we need to really be thinking about what these people are doing if we want to fix the problem. Because you're next. If you're middle class, you're next. My own perspective on this crap that just happened with Joni Ernst popping her mouth off. Ooh, we're coming for her. That's going to be in this video. My own perspective on that shit that came out of her mouth is that's a death threat. So you guys are going to loot the population. You're going to loot what is roughly about 30% of the population. You're going to steal from all these people and think you're going to get away with it. And then you're going to come out here and be so brazen to openly make death threats against the population that you just stole from. Look at the backlogs. These agencies that they're targeting, that they're defunding, that they're insulting the people who use these benefits. No, dude. This is an attempt to conceal evidence of a crime. They just stole from 30% of the population.
Let's not pretend that we don't see what's going on here, okay? This has been going on since 2020. You wouldn't want it done to you. I don't care if you've never received welfare before. There's a reason why these programs are in place, okay? So, from my own perspective, you know, my mom was an alcoholic, my dad was a junkie. I don't give a fuck about either of them two people. I'm a fairly rational individual. I'm well educated, and I should have a right to make a living based on my own mental faculties. I come out here, I try to do work, and instead what I'm dealing with is no, dude, I should have every right to be in charge of what happens in my life, and my mental faculties should be what takes me there. I go out, I work 3 times as hard as these men, and I lose my job to the motherfucker that wants to lean on a shovel and cry all day. Good luck running your business. This is business in America. This is the face of it right now. This is what privilege does. This is what aristocracy does. You wind up with somebody who's completely retarded in charge. And then you wonder why things don't work. So if you ever think that your boss is a fucking dumbass, there's a very good chance. Because we live in a privileged society where people who are not intelligent and are ineffective are the ones in control. And that's what privilege does. It makes people handicapped. And I'm talking about the ones with the privilege. They don't even know what's going on around them. They don't understand the world around them. You know, these men are out here talking all this shit about women. It's like, you don't understand how fucking easy you have it, you whiny piece of shit. Us ladies, we gotta do 3 times the amount of shit that you gotta do. And you out here crying like I'm supposed to feel bad for you? I don't feel bad for you. All you do is go work and come home. And then cry like a little bitch like you need some sort of servant to do everything for you. So from my own perspective, when I see that kind of behavior, I see somebody who is weak and incapable. To be frank. But other than that, you know, this should not be tolerated. And the people that are being victimized, they from my own perspective, they need repairs. This is not okay. All the money that these people took, they need to give it back. I would not be in the situation I'm in right now if it were not for these people. And if there's going to be no justice in this case, then that means that kind of behavior is okay. Then I might as well go do the same kind of shit, right? I might as well start doing the same kind of shit. So I'm not going to encourage that kind of behavior, but from a rational standpoint, from a logical standpoint, really think about that. Really think about what all this means. The damage that's been done to me needs to be fixed. And I'm not going to stand down until that happens. Or I die. And if I wind out on the streets, you guys are going to have to track my location on a map. Because I'm going to be fixing to go ham. Because I'm living with a nutcase. And this is the kind of shit us women have to go through. I don't even want to fucking hear no fucking whiny ass man that can't fucking clean his own goddamn toilet bitch about how he needs somebody to cook him dinner when you can go on Google and find recipes and shit. I'm done with it. I'm done with this being surrounded by a bunch of whiny fucking idiots and watching everything around me fall apart while violence breaks loose. I want a stable and safe roof over my head. I work hard for my money. And I'm real confused why it is that these incompetent, whiny assholes are the ones in charge. That's all that they are. You know, all that these white supremacists do is fucking cry. That's all the shit that they're on in the middle of all this. They're just crying because they want somebody to wipe their fucking ass for them. I got no tolerance for that shit. And I'm getting really fucking sick of how I'm being forced to live. I can't leave the house. It's not safe where I'm at. Not safe at all. These guys destroyed my fucking credit. This is not things that I did to myself. This is what Donald Trump, J.D. Vance,
Russell Vought, Mike Johnson, and all of these other motherfuckers that belong in jail did to me. And I don't think they're special. Actually, I think they're the opposite. I think they're incompetent, whiny fucking piss ants that don't know how to work for what they have in life. And they provide no value for society. I think anybody who's going to do nothing but whine and complain and fail to produce and steal from those who do is nothing but a burden to society. And if there's anything that we do not need in America, it's those people. And it's not the poor that are the problem. And if people would just open their eyes for 5 fucking minutes and try to put yourself in somebody else's shoes, listen to what I'm telling you right now. People are filing legal cases, and those cases are getting ignored. So is it the poor person's fault, or did something happen? Because, like I said, the middle class, if they're going to wipe us out, you guys are next. So if Americans want to continue to be stupid and have the wool pulled over their eyes and continue to have a disingenuous conversation about what's really going on here, you enjoy the ride. You'll be feeling how I'm feeling at some point. I didn't deserve none of this. I've just been trying to live my life. Obviously, the law in the United States has no value. Obviously, there is no law. From a rational and logical standpoint, that's all I can deduce from what I'm seeing right now. Yeah, I'm tired of being trapped in the house with the fucking gremlin. I want out. I don't want to be trapped in a fucking house. And I have to stay locked in my fucking room because of what I have to deal with when I come out of my fucking room. And this motherfucker, I'm not going blind and shit, and this motherfucker's threatening to throw me out on the fucking streets, have me living under a fucking tree while I'm fucking undergoing medical care and shit. And I just had everything taken from me by Mike Johnson, Donald Trump, J.D. Vance, Elon Musk, Joni Ernst, and I don't think they're special. And like I said, I think that these are the most incompetent and useless people that we have in our society. And if there's anything that we need to get rid of, it's those kinds of people. I'm out here working 3 times as hard as these fucking men, watching them bitch out and fucking whine all day. And now what's happened is I am no longer a productive member of society. Well, I mean, I am, because I'm out here educating people. But, you know, you want to whine, you want to make this fake story about how people need to be working and shit. Well, you know, I was a part of the workforce until Donald Trump and his fucking cronies all came out here shooting their fucking mouths off and robbing us, stealing from us. They already did. They already have been. And we're looking at roughly $2 to $3 trillion that they have stolen already. So when do I get to see my day in court? I can't get a lawyer. Neither can anybody else. I mean, there's a few people here and there. You know, we have a problem where they're targeting 30% of the population, people without the financial means, thinking that they're going to get away with this, and law firms don't want to protect these people. So America itself, morally, has itself in a very wrong place right now. Because if we want to fix this problem, we need to be looking at what's actually being done and who the victims actually are. And those are the people that need to be getting defended. Wandering around in la-la land, in privilege land, speculating on meaningless issues and not looking at what's actually going on is not how we're going to solve this. Idealizing the people that are being targeted as something other than what they are is not how we're going to get out of this. And if we can't look at this problem honestly and genuinely and continue to have these weird fantasy ideals about these people or those people and not see things from a realistic perspective, the problem's not going to get fixed. And the American people need to get off of their lazy, complacent fucking asses. And then you just start drafting their own legislation and quit crying about how helpless and hopeless everything is. And go out there and start getting signatures on petitions. And be voting. Instead of just whining about how voting never works. If you're going to whine about how voting never works and you don't vote, then you have not tried the simplest answer and you're in no place to speak. All you are, in that instance, is a fucking whiner. And if you're going to complain about our government being ineffective and not doing anything for anybody ever, you're in no place to speak about that if you're not even going to try the simplest option available to you. I tried nothing and I'm all out of ideas. It's like the modern American in a fucking nutshell. I'm sorry. I'm not okay with any of this shit that's going on right now. And I'm tired of being trapped in this fucking house. And I want my problems solved. And I want to get back to normal life. So we're going to take a moment, with all that being said, we're going to take a moment and we're going to look at what it is that they're doing to try and get away with the crimes that they committed, because I'm very certain that these guys just literally over the last 4 to 5 years stole $2 to $3 trillion in tax revenue while engaging in defrauding the United States of America while racketeering and engaging in organized crime. And I got 140 fucking pages of laws that are being broken that I've already got documented on my computer because I've been watching this whole fucking time. So we're going to look at some of the things that they're doing to try and get away with this. And then we're going to talk about Joni Ernst. So things that I feel that I have witnessed that this administration is doing to try and silence their victims and get away with the crimes, the breaking of the law, the illegal things that they have done that they should actually be sitting in jail for, the things that they're doing right now that I think that they're trying to do to cover this up. First of all, let's start with destroying evidence. What do you think DOGE is doing? Okay. I just revealed to you a shit ton of money that went missing at our federal agencies over the last 4 years. And then we hear about some guy that's supposedly really good with computers, according to Donald Trump, plugging servers into our federal computers. And then when I publicly disclose what's going on my unemployment account, the unemployment website goes down, I'm under the microscope. I know these motherfuckers are watching me. Because here I am right now, currently scolding them. And revealing everything that they're doing. Yeah, they're watching me. I know that. The moment that I show the public the fraud that's taking place at the Department of Labor, the website goes down. That's suspicious. So what do you think they're doing? I mean, I'm telling you right now, if you file a legal case at any of our agencies, the chances are at least 75%, if not more, that your case is going to get thrown out. You're going to receive a letter telling you to go sue in small claims court. And a lot of people don't have the time or the money to handle that. And for me, in particular, I definitely don't have any fucking money after these motherfuckers took all my money. It's not that I'm a welfare queen. This is not how people on welfare are. You guys need to get a better understanding of how you're actually judging the world when you're making these kinds of decisions. When we're having this conversation. No, this is what systematic oppression looks like. That's what this is. a large chunk of the people that are in the situations that they're in, where they even have to use these benefits in the first place, is because of systematic oppression. It's not because there's something wrong with them. Let's get the story straight. And my own observation is that these people that have all this fucking money that are doing all this shit to these people, to other people, are incompetent. They're doing harm to society. They are a burden to society. They're not productive. They're not. Just because somebody's the boss doesn't mean they're fucking productive. You could have somebody much more productive in charge, based on what I'm seeing. You know, I've come to the full realization that, yeah, like, my life's not the best, but it's not that the people who have been in charge of the places that I work at are any better than me or any more competent. No, I actually think they're stupider, to be frank. And I think that this is just what privilege does. And this is why we have pollution everywhere. Because we're not looking for competence, we're looking at the color of a person's skin. There's a clear reflection of incompetence. Americans, the nation itself. Now, I'm not saying everybody in the country. We have a large population of people that are not fucking retarded. And if you look up the definition of retarded, that is not an insult to disabled people. I'm just talking about somebody's lack of mental competency. We got a bunch of idiots in charge. All over the place. And it makes no fucking sense to me why we're doing that. As a nation. So yeah, destroying evidence, concealing evidence. That's what DOGE is. I'm 100% certain on that. And we're seeing some other shady shit going on with Russia, but we're not doing Russia in this video. I ain't even going to talk about that, because that could go on for forever. What do you think, you know? Come on. Let's get real here. There's no way they're ever going to be able to cover all that up. I'm pretty sure that, you know, the whole thing with the Department of Labor website going down, you know, I came on after it came back up, and the fraud was still on my account, but I can almost guarantee that the bank account that it was probably funneled into, that the data was changed on that. Since I was public, you know, they know that this has been disclosed, so they can't just delete it off my account and make it completely disappear. So are they rerouting bank account numbers, or are they just deleting from the fraud cases? That's what I want to know. I mean, that's my own perspective of it. I'm there, but we got other people out here scratching their head like they think there's some sort of legitimacy to DOGE, or wondering what DOGE is doing. That's not a mystery to me. I'm tired of having this conversation. It's not a fucking mystery to me. I'm just watching this and I'm like, why is nobody doing anything? Why is this being allowed? This is our federal government. Why is this being allowed? Wow, America really is fucking shit. Some dude can just waltz right up into our buildings and start plugging in external machines like that. Fuck, America's fucking shit, dude. So there's that. They're trying to conceal evidence. Obstructing justice is another thing that's been happening. So the backlogs, you know, a good chunk of those people, those are court cases. So I think that we need to do something to establish that sections of these agencies are part of the judicial system. They're not right now. They're not. Like, by law, they are not part of the judicial system, but if they enforce the law and they have courts and we have hearings, technically speaking, theoretically speaking, from a logical and rational standpoint, our federal agencies are part of our judicial system. But they're not classified as part of our judicial system, and that needs to change. But these are all people who are being denied justice, just like me. So, you know, there's that. That's an obstruction of justice. Because if anybody's fraud cases are heard, you know, all the people that have fraud on their accounts, all the people that couldn't get benefits, all the people that are stuck in backlog, you know, welfare recipients that these guys literally stole from, that I have provided evidence to you of. By defunding our agencies, by taking the funding away, these funding cuts in this big treasonous bill, from my own perspective, the purpose of that bill is two things. It's to kill the victims, taking people's Medicaid,
kill the victims, so then they'll never speak out. There's that. You know, people talk about how this is going to kill people. That's what it looks like to me. It looks like they're trying to kill their victims. But on top of that, all of these backlogs and defunding our agencies in general, that's just making it so that the evidence of the crimes that they committed don't get discovered. Because those cases get stuck in backlog. And you hear Donald Trump talking about how, well, we can't provide justice for all these people. These are all people that you did dirty. These are all people that you just stole. These are all people that they just stole $2 to $3 trillion from. Of course they're trying to defund our agencies and make sure that, you know, none of these fraud cases get discovered. Of course they're trying to make it so that there's no manpower to investigate those cases. Of course they're firing people so that the fraud never gets discovered. Of course they're plugging in machines so that they can change and alter data so it never gets discovered. Because none of these individuals, not a single one of them, can pay back the amount of money that they collectively stole. Because what they're doing is money laundering and racketeering. And I'm right. And that's why I'm saying it with certainty. And everything that they're doing speaks to that. I'm providing receipts. I have shown you fraud on this video. I have shown you numbers on the computer that there is fraud. I'm stating the facts. Walks like a duck, talks like a duck, quacks like a duck, whatever the fuck. It's a motherfucking duck, dude. Looks like a duck. It's a motherfucking duck. So they're backing up all of these legal cases to make sure that their crimes don't get discovered. They're also backing up FOIA requests. Now, for those of you who don't know what a FOIA request is, that's the Freedom of Information Act. That means if the government's doing something that's not publicly disclosed, you can file a request and have that information given to you. Journalists use FOIA a lot. They're also backing up FOIA. FOIA is in backlog, so nobody can know what the government's doing. That's what that means. So we've got destroying the evidence, obstructing justice, deliberately defunding our federal agencies with criminal intent. First of all, is illegal. It's against the law. And so is retaliatory legislation. So they're doing shit out here trying to pass legislation on people. I've got an example of that in that article about human trafficking. I am not the only one who has faced retaliatory legislation. Donald Trump has tried to pass retaliatory legislation against law firms that he doesn't like. For example, he has tried to pass retaliatory legislation against Harvard. And when that kind of legislation, when it's done with criminal intent, when a congressman is pressing through legislation with criminal intent, that legislation is not legally viable. And these people need to be investigated for what they're doing. But any of this kind of legislation that they're trying to do right now, including the budgets, if they purposefully defund Medicaid in this big treasonous bill, then somebody needs to take that to court and fight it, because what is being done to conceal evidence of a crime. So they're coming at us at all different directions, and people need to be paying attention to. This is what I'm dealing with. Like, I'm not just out here talking. And I'm not just out here as a witness. No, dude, I'm a victim of this shit. And my life is a living fucking nightmare. And I'm trying to navigate this. And this is quite literally what's fucking going on. This is what I have to deal with. This is what I have to fight against. To try and just protect myself and get the fuck out of this house and not be living with this psycho-ass motherfucker. I shouldn't have to deal with this shit. What the fuck? Donald Trump's been harassing and intimidating politicians and the judiciary. That's another act of obstruction of justice. These are the things that they're doing to try and conceal the crimes that they're committing. And so when you see people engaging in this kind of behavior, no, pay attention. Pay attention, because for me, all of this makes sense. I'm not scratching my head. I know exactly what the fuck they're doing. Look at these dumbass motherfuckers. So it's time that we stop. Oh, you know what? We got some additional things, though. Reducing the workforce, making it so that these agencies, sorry, my notes are kind of scrambled. Making it so that these agencies don't have the manpower to do, like what I said, investigate these cases. Reducing the workforce. Slashing funding to our agencies. Concealing activity with FOIA. People are very concerned about data leaks that may have taken place at DOGE. You know, what happened to my personal data? Why do I got suspicious vehicles following me around? Why do I got a Russian shoving a phone in my face when I go to pick up my medication? Did somebody back end my Medicaid account? Why is there a Russian shoving a phone in my face when I can't even see? Why is that Russian not asking a store clerk for assistance and bothering me while I'm on a telephone call? Shoving a phone in my face. I want to know the answer to that. Where did that person come from? Is that something that DOGE is doing? Is DOGE being used to stalk and harass civilians? So that could potentially be another thing that they are doing to silence their victims. You know, these ICE raids are a clear reflection of an attempt to silence their victims, because the people who have been victimized the most in the middle of all of this is the immigrant population. And I'm talking about people who had right to legal residence here who got stuck in backlog, 2 million of them. They are a victim of a crime. So by attacking them, they're just trying to conceal evidence of what they did. Pardoning criminals. So is fraud legal now? Like, can I just start defrauding the white people right back to them? Like if the white men are just gonna steal from me, should I just figure out how to steal from them? You know, I mean, I'm just wondering, how do we navigate this? Because my life's been destroyed, and I can't live like this. Like, I'm living with some crazy ass motherfucker, and I'm not safe, and you know, how am I gonna survive? I better figure something out. You know, and based on what I'm seeing, that's what would make sense, right? There's no law. I mean, you know, I filed legal cases and they just get ignored, thrown out, dismissed without cause, and no investigation. How do we start getting the money back from these people? And if our government's going to openly endorse fraud and encourage these people, these white supremacists, to be doing this to people, then we need to start figuring out how to get our money back from them. And if this is what people are doing for money, then I see no reason why any of us should continue to be productive, and we should all just, you know, do what the white supremacists are doing and just loot each other. And I'm just talking from a rational standpoint, from a logical standpoint. I'm not encouraging that anybody engage in any of these activities, but these are things that we need to consider, and it's a conversation that we need to have. I'm not encouraging this kind of behavior, but I am trying to speak to the fact that this is detrimental to society, and this is how foolish these people's behavior is, and it is not good for society, and it should not be encouraged. And I don't think that that's the kind of reaction that we should have, but it's very likely to happen, because it has already happened in Russia during the Cold War. Why are we doing this here at home in 2025? Can we be more civilized than this? Because what I see ultimately at the end of the day, because that is the direction that this is going. So, you know, while I'm making a logical argument, I am not encouraging anybody to go engage in acts of thievery or violence. But I am trying to speak to the fact that this is what this endorses. And it has been documented. And it has been documented as something that was going on in Russia during the Cold War. This is not effective. And our agencies serve a purpose. You know, I had a temporary injury. Okay? You go several months, especially with none of these employers, paying a living wage. You go without income for so long. I'm just trying to heal. You know, broken bones take 6 months to heal. I'm just trying to heal. I shouldn't have to lose everything and like go be like a bum and go die on the street just because I fucking broke a bone or something. You understand how stupid that is? It's 2025. Okay? That's what these agencies do. Social Security, that's one of the things that Social Security does, is it provides for people during temporary injury. And it prevents the situation from getting worse. So then that person is a lot less likely to wind up on the streets, being a bum, being a burden to society or whatever, sitting on the sidewalk. You know, if we're not going to be able to have enough money to survive, if we're not going to have enough money to fucking be able to afford to have a roof over our heads, I vote for everybody to show up to work stinking like fucking armpit. You don't want to pay me enough to have a roof over my head, then why should I shower? We should not be tolerating this behavior. It's 2025. Why are we trying to, like, resort to barbarism and live like Neanderthals? Is this what America is about? Where a bunch of Neanderthals are just going to live like barbarians? Stuff to think about. So we're going to go ahead and I'm going to get off my tangent on this. Again, I am not endorsing that people engage in acts of thievery or any acts of violence, but I'm just saying from a rational standpoint, you know, there's some perspective. That's what happens when you dismantle the rule of law, and that is in my book. There are real world consequences for doing the kinds of things that these dumbasses are doing, and they need to be held legally accountable. And every single congressman that is involved in this crime spree should be sitting in jail. And I just want to remind people that you can file suit against a congressman. And for any congressmen who are continuing on with this crime spree that's taking place, you know, Mike Johnson has just made it very clear what he's doing. So obviously Mike Johnson has been involved in racketeering and money laundering. So he's a co-conspirator. So if you guys want to keep doing this stupid shit, if you're a Republican member of Congress, you know, I strongly advise that you realize that there are legal repercussions for what you're doing. And there's a good chance that if you're going to come out here and be stupid and continue trolleying along with the short bus, MAGA, the short bus, with the special needs motherfuckers that think that they're going to get away with all of this shit, you're probably also going to wind up in jail when all of this is over. If you're going to run along with these people and not realize how stupid all of this is and how likely you are to get busted because of the fact that these guys are reckless and stupid, you're probably going to go down with them. So my suggestion to you, if you're a Republican member of Congress, would be to distance yourself away from the dumbasses on the motherfucking short bus. Because not doing so is just begging for a seat in fucking jail. That's what we're looking at right now. And for all you people out there that are not pieces of shit, this is just a clear reminder that, like, we do have the ability to have control over what happens in our government. And what we need to be doing is writing the law. Obviously, our politicians that have been purchased by foreign countries do not have our best interests in mind. And so we need to write the laws as people. And so then what you do is you write the law, and then you start a petition, and then you get people to sign it, and then you make sure everybody's registered to vote, you go vote. And quit whining about how hopeless everything is, and get off of your couch, stop eating potato chips, and get some shit done. That's how we fix this. How about this? How about each state have some regulations that make it so that if a congressman is engaging in unethical activity or possibly treason, you know, congressmen can be tried for treason too. So like I said, if you're a Republican member of Congress, you might want to consider distancing yourself from the short bus. We the people can take these motherfuckers to court. Other than that, in United States law, we need to start
We need to build the provisions that we need to have re-elections in these kinds of situations, because now we are dealing with a full-blown case of treason in the Congress, in the presidency, and in a couple of gubernatorial offices. That is quite literally what this is by definition. So the internet might get mad or whatever, you fucking moderators at these fucking websites, but, you know, I mean, I'm sorry, I'm spitting the truth, so, you know, you're just violating my rights, my constitutional rights, if you're gonna shut my videos down. Treason, Treason. Treason in the context of U.S. law is a serious crime defined by the Constitution as levying war against the United States or aiding and comforting their enemies. It essentially involves betraying one's country by attempting to overthrow the government or assist its enemies. The Constitution limits the definition of treason to these two specific acts, emphasizing the need for overt acts to be proven by the testimony of two witnesses or a confession. Treason as defined by the U.S. Constitution in Article 3, Section 3 is limited to levying war against them or adhering to their enemies and giving them aid and comfort. So, here's another thing they're doing to try and conceal evidence. I have an article on my Substack that goes into a lot of detail. There's a lot of links because it's a full piece of writing and you need to navigate. On dehumanization. Dehumanization is an act of war. And that's another thing that they're doing to try and get away with these crimes. Is to discredit and humiliate and try and cause society to have a dismissive attitude towards the people that they just did all this harm to. Dehumanization encourages people to hurt each other. And it is an act of war. And it is used in military training. Because it's an act of war. So yeah, that's just another thing that they're doing out here. So if you'd like to get an article on that, you can go to my Substack, and there's multiple documentaries in there on this topic. The article has a picture of Donald Trump standing at the podium and is titled Dehumanization, an act of war upon the American people, or something along those lines. And if you click through the links in the bottom, you will find all kinds of information, to include documentaries that clearly exemplify that this is an act of war. You know, if it weren't for the political violence and the dehumanization, I'd be out here just making money and just living my life right now. Like, not only did they loot me financially, but on top of that, like, the dehumanization and political violence has also created a situation where I'm having a hard time holding down a job when I get work, and now I can't even get to work. Like, I have accrued so many financial losses that I can't even do nothing about my car. I just had somebody deliberately break my car because fraud is being encouraged by this administration right now, trying to milk more money out of me. Now I don't even have a vehicle, and now I'm just trapped here. What the fuck? I'm stuck out in the middle of nowhere with some shitty ass fucking person that I can't fucking stand, that is just fucking real crappy towards me. Trapped in a fucking room. That's what all the shit that they're doing has amounted to. And I am not going to accept this, not at all. And these damages that have been done to me, they need to be fixed. I don't give a fuck. I will fight through fire and fury. But I don't think anybody understands the reality of what is really going on out here. And what it is that they're doing to people. And what they're trying to do to people. And I'm telling you right now, this is what I'm going through. I am quite literally in fucking hell. Because of what these other people are doing.
So as far as I'm concerned, they're engaging in acts of war against the American people. But anyways, we need to look at what Joni Ernst, I'm like 100% certain, is engaging in racketeering and money laundering, and is part of this crime spree based on things that she recently said. Let's take a look at that.
They will be coming off. So people are not, well, we all are going to die. So for heaven's sakes, folks.
We all are going to die. Peak MAGA, right? We showed you that moment on Friday. That was Republican Senator Joni Ernst in Iowa telling her constituents, quote, well, we're all going to die. She said it in her defense of her own support for Donald Trump's big, beautiful bill and the consequences, which her constituents claim will make people die. The clip went viral. Joni Ernst was roundly mocked over her callousness, over her support of a bill that is going to do real damage to real people's lives, her constituents. She's supposed to at least pretend publicly to care. So on Saturday, she issued this apology. We're going to show it to you in full. She's up for re-election next November. We want to show you how seriously she took the reaction to her comments.
Hello, everyone. I would like to take this opportunity to sincerely apologize for a statement that I made yesterday at my town hall. I was in the process of answering a question that had been asked by an audience member when a woman who was extremely distraught screamed out from the back corner of the auditorium, people are going to die. And I made an incorrect assumption that everyone in the auditorium understood that, yes, we are all going to perish from this earth. So I apologize. And I'm really, really glad that I did not have to bring up the subject of the tooth fairy as well. But for those that would like to see eternal and everlasting life, I encourage you to embrace my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ.
I don't know what's going on with her. I imagine she has consultants. Maybe they were on vacation. Yeah, wow.
That was rude. That was pretty fucking rude.
Yes, why, I heard that, Joni Ernst was talking about me. I don't understand why she didn't talk about me more. You know, I mean, the lady's making reference to the tooth fairy, but she doesn't give me enough time. Why are you bringing me into the conversation, Joni?
Is that a death threat, Joni? Certainly sounds like death threats to me. So for anybody who's not paying attention, in case you didn't notice, not only did Joni Ernst make death threats to the public during that town hall meeting, she then had the audacity to go to a graveyard. If you look behind her in that second video, there is gravestones. And continue those death threats. So I do believe that Joni Ernst is most certainly participating in these crimes. And that these people have the intention of killing their victims in order to conceal what they did to try and get away with it. Now that we have a politician out here openly making blatant death threats to the American public, I think I can say that. It's certainly what this looks like to me. So with that being said, we're going to take a look at this naughty list that Joni Ernst did such a wonderful job at making public to make it clear that criminal intent has been established and that she's now identified as a co-conspirator in the middle of all of this.
Sen. Joni Ernst releases list of federal agencies with high employee no-show rates post-COVID. December 11, 2023. Just the News. Senator Joni Ernst, RIA. By Charlotte Hazard. With Christmas fast approaching, Sen. Joni Ernst, Iowa put out a naughty list of government agencies that have high no-show rates of employees who have not returned to the office after the COVID-19 pandemic ended. According to Ernst's list, the Department of Housing and Urban Development and the Social Security Administration top the list with just 7% office occupancy rates. When COVID-19 hit the world at the start of 2020, more than one-third of U.S. office jobs switched to teleworking. Prior to the pandemic, only about 6% of those employed worked mostly from home. While a lot of the American workforce has resumed in-person work, the federal government is lagging behind. Taxpayers shouldn't be forced to foot the bill for empty buildings, Ernst said in a statement last week. Forgive me for sounding like the Grinch, but this Christmas, I'm calling on Biden's bureaucrats to deck the agency halls with federal workers or sell off unused space. Other agencies on Ernst's list include the Treasury Department, Justice Department, Commerce Department, and the Department of Homeland Security. The data shows that those offices have the highest office occupancies between 30% to 49%. The Small Business Administration has a 9% occupancy rate and the General Services Administration has an 11% occupancy rate. In April 2023, the Biden administration released detailed guidance that encouraged federal employees to return to in-person work since the public health emergency ended in May. According to a federal survey that came out last month, 70% of federal employees still work from home to some degree. Earlier this year, the water supply in at least 6 federal buildings was contaminated by the bacterium that causes Legionnaire's disease. Investigators told the Washington Times that teleworking may be a big contributor to this due to the lack of people in the buildings. COVID's been over for years, where are the workers? Ernst asked. Just the New reporter Charlotte Hazard is a 2022 Liberty University alumni who graduated with a major in journalism and a minor in government. Photo, Sen. Sony Ernst, by Sen. Joni Ernst. Washington, TND, it's not just Santa. On Capitol Hill, one senator made her own naughty list, with a focus on federal agencies and just how much of the workforce has returned to the office in the post-COVID era. One picture captured the moment, prompting comments from around the country. A federal worker bragging on Instagram, "My office for the next hour," showing himself teleworking in the bathtub. The employee? A team leader in charge of scheduling for the Atlanta Veterans Administration, which has some of the worst wait times in the country. One veteran in the midst of a mental health crisis called 10 times over a 3-month period and could not get the care she needed, Sadson. Joni Ernst, Iowa, in an interview in her Capitol Hill office, where she showed us her naughty list of government agencies with the lowest rates of in-office workers. She told us that at the top of the naughty list are Housing and Urban Development and the Social Security Administration, with just 7% of workers reporting to the office. The Social Security Administration recently came under fire for $23 billion in overpayments with average wait times for callers of 36 minutes. In 2013, it was 10 minutes. So we have seniors and people waiting on disability work to be done by the Social Security Administration and they're not answering their calls, Sen. Ernst said. Her team also found the Department of Defense was at about 25% and the Department of Homeland Security at 31%. That is still not 50% of the workforce in the building making these huge decisions. When it comes to national security, we need people that are able to collaborate together and that does not happen, Ernst said. Sen. Ernst said government workers have called her office to complain about the lack of productivity, more than 7 months after the COVID-19 public health emergency officially ended, calling the millions in tax dollars spent to pay for empty offices a waste. We need these folks to come back and occupy these buildings back in Washington, D.C., so we have proper oversight of those workers or we need to sell off all of this unused office space, Ernst said. Ernst tells top, naughty list agencies to use or sell underutilized office space. Senate Small Business and Entrepreneurship Committee ranking member Joni Ernst, R. Iowa, says agencies still aren't making effective use of their office space. Jory Heckman at Jeckmanft. December 6, 2023 2:22 p.m. 4 minutes read. Federal employees have been returning to the office more regularly in recent months, and agencies are in the process of offloading office space they no longer need. But the top Republican on the Senate Small Business and Entrepreneurship Committee says agencies still aren't making effective use of their office space. If we're not going to use it, let's lose it, committee ranking member Joni Ernst, R. Iowa, said in a press conference Tuesday, unveiling a naughty list of federal agencies with the lowest occupancy rates. While it's not the night before Christmas quite yet, there's not a creature stirring, not even a mouse, in the halls across this city, Ernst said. Find out how senior IT and cyber officials are working to speed up the ability to make data-driven decisions, especially at the edge, in our new ebook, sponsored by Mattermost. Download today. Data from the Government Accountability Office shows the Department of Housing and Urban Development and the Small Business Administration both had a 7% average utilization rate in early 2023, the lowest rate of all other major agencies. HUD and SBA officials told GAO their headquarters buildings were undergoing renovation during the data collection period, contributing to a decrease in attendance. The GAO data shared by Ernst's office provides a more granular, agency-by-agency look at federal office space utilization. The watchdog, in a preliminary report issued this summer, used aggregated metrics to cluster agencies by their average utilization rate. GAO, in a report this summer, found all 24 of the agency headquarters offices it reviewed had excess space, including 17 that had an average building capacity of just 25%. If we're not going to fill up, we're not going to go actually work within these agencies, then maybe we need to get rid of this space, because it does cost a lot to rent these buildings in Washington, D.C. or own them. So if we're not going to bring workers back, folks, let's get rid of this, Ernst said. The GAO data shows the estimated 3-month average space utilization statistics for the 24 Chief Financial Officer Act agencies for a sample period that includes 1-week periods in January, February, and March 2023. Sign up for our daily newsletter so you never miss a beat on all things federal. Ernst told Federal News Network that she'll continue to push federal agencies to deck the halls with federal workers or sell off unused office space. The data comes with a couple of caveats. GAO's data snapshot, in many cases, doesn't reflect a government-wide push for the federal workforce to return to the office more often. Many federal employees have been heading back to the office more regularly this fall, or are preparing to work in person more in early 2024, after the Office of Management and Budget directed agencies to increase meaningful in-office work. SBA, however, directed employees to return to the office sooner than most other federal agencies. It directed employees represented by the American Federation of Government Employees to return to the office for at least 2 days per 2-week pay period, starting in September 2022. Meanwhile, bringing more federal employees back to the office won't solve the government's office space problems. GAO also notes that utilization rates aren't an exact metric for tracking how many federal employees are working in the office. The watchdog defines utilization as a ratio of a building's capacity and the extent to which an agency uses that capacity. GAO states that utilization rate differs from employee attendance because a building's capacity is based on the size of the building, not the number of people assigned to work there. Read more. Facilities, construction. All assigned staff could go to a building, and it could still be underutilized if the building has more space than it needs, GAO wrote. GAO said attendance statistics represent the average daily attendance for the sample period, but that data varied for individual days. According to GAO, the Office of Personnel Management has indicated information about the relative concentration of federal personnel in any given building may raise security risks for federal personnel. In recognition of those security concerns, the Defense Department gave GAO data on attendance at the Mark Center in Alexandria, Virginia, not the Pentagon. GAO identifies the Mark Center as DOD's administrative headquarters. OPM told GAO that additional non-agency staff occupies its headquarters building, and its numbers include those workspaces and attendance. The federal government's landlord, the General Services Administration, recently told lawmakers about efforts to expedite the sale and disposal of excess federal office space. U.S.A. Administrator Robin Carnahan told the House Oversight and Accountability Committee last month that her agency is laser-focused on right-sizing the federal footprint. With agencies, including U.S.A., embracing the benefits of a long-term hybrid and remote workforce, Carnahan said her agency sees an opportunity to reduce the government's real estate footprint by up to 30% in the coming years. Shrinking the federal office space portfolio to that degree, she added, would save the federal government about $60 billion over a decade. Right now, agencies across the government are rethinking how much space they actually need. And while U.S.A. doesn't make space decisions for agencies, we do work closely with them to leverage our team's expertise to help agencies plan and whenever possible to downsize, Carnahan told the committee. U.S.A. is already stepping up efforts to get rid of federal buildings and properties that agencies no longer need. Last month, it announced it's putting 23 additional federal properties through its disposition process. Copyright 2025 Federal News Network. All rights reserved. This website is not intended for users located within the European Economic Area. December 5, 2023. Ernst unveils naughty list of no-show federal agencies. Washington, today, U.S. Senator Joni Ernst, R. Iowa, exposed that, almost 4 years after COVID-19 temporarily closed federal buildings, not a single government agency is occupying even half their office space, and called on Biden's bureaucrats to deck the agency halls with federal workers or sell off unused facilities. As taxpayers are picking up the cost of vacant offices, Ernst unveiled a naughty list of these no-show federal agencies topped by the Department of Housing and Urban Development and the Social Security Administration, both of which are using just 7% of their space. Image 002. Click here or above to watch. Background. In August, Ernst demanded investigations into 24 federal departments and agencies to determine the impact of telework on the delivery and response times of services. Following her advocacy, the General Services Administration's (GSA) Inspector General responded to her request and is currently considering an audit to examine whether GSA has appropriately evaluated its physical space needs and utilization. A few months later, the GSA announced it would downsize 3.5 million square feet of federal buildings, which would save taxpayers over $1 billion. Ernst also increased accountability for federal telework abuse by passing an amendment to hold the Biden administration accountable for the cost to taxpayers and the impact on services from continued remote work by Washington bureaucrats.
Well, I think it's become pretty clear that these guys are up to something. I just want to state for the record that when I was at the Department of Labor, we were being ordered not to assist people with fraud holds on their account. Now, while these guys may want to make up some story and some argument to try and, hide the fact that they're money laundering, it's not the employees that are the problem. And I don't know where these stories are coming from, but there's a lot of states and a lot of people were handling phone calls during the pandemic. And I don't think it's people working from home that is necessarily the issue. I think the issue is who is stealing the money. And why are you guys trying to hide that? Why are you doing things like defunding our agencies and attacking the victims of these crimes? I mean, the only thing I can deduce from that is that MAGA and Mike Johnson and Donald Trump and Elon Musk, Joni Ernst, and several other individuals in the Republican Party, Greg Abbott, are engaging in acts of treason, money laundering, defrauding the United States, obstruction of justice, concealing evidence. From my own perspective, that's what it looks like is going on here. So I'm going to leave it at that. And I just want to remind people that, you know, you can take your local congressman to court. We can, as people, file RICO lawsuits against individual congressmen. And other than that, if they pass a law to try and conceal the crimes that they're committing, which would be money laundering, racketeering, etc., etc., I got 140-something pages of laws that are being broken. Just imagine the penalties for the crimes these guys are committing. And the fact that we pretty much have an open case of a senator making death threats to their victims. That's evidence. You know? I mean, wow. But we can take these people to court. We can take them and hold them accountable. It is possible. The legal system's been completely bogged down. Lawyers are practically non-responsive, but we can do this. There's got to be a way. So I just really felt the need to call that out and call it what it is and share my perspective with people. Since Joni Ernst thinks that it's okay to come out here and make death threats. So Mike Johnson's one big treasonous bill is nothing more than that. It is an act of treason. It is retaliatory legislation, since there's hidden provisions in there to prevent people from being able to have legal recourse against the president doing illegal acts. And for that reason, this legislation is dead in the water before it has even hit the Senate. Because if that bill passes, it needs to be instantly challenged in court. And because of the fact that that bill, the one big treasonous bill, is being pushed through with the intent to conceal evidence of a crime by attacking the victims of the fraud that has taken place through our federal government by MAGA between the years of 2020 to present day. That bill is null and void, but it does need to be challenged in court to be appropriately nullified. But it is not legal legislation. And neither is the legislation that is funding the war in Gaza. You know, the American people are just letting it happen. It's technically illegal too. There's retaliatory legislation inside of that bill. It's illegal. It can be tried in court, even if it's a funding bill. If a bill is being passed to conceal evidence of a crime and is a part of criminal activity, it is not legitimate legislation, and for that reason can be tried and nullified in court. All of these motherfuckers need to be sitting in jail. And the people that they took advantage of and did harm to need reparations. Fuck these motherfuckers. Put them where they belong.
This is a real quick reminder that I'm a government whistleblower and I'm out here doing this because my life has been destroyed and I'm trying to protect my country. So, don't forget to show your support. Help us grow this channel. Smash that like button. Hit the subscribe button. Share this video out so we can reach more people. I want to be heard. I'm not out here doing all of this because I want my videos to sit in some quiet little corner of the internet and nobody ever see it. This is not fun. Okay? So, do what you can to show your support. Also, I'm trying to get all this information out there for free. I'm not putting paywalls on anything. I want people educated. I want people talking about these issues. I'll try to keep people up to date on the things that have been taking place and why it matters. So, if you can, please consider donating to my Cash App or my Venmo. Any little bit of support is seriously appreciated in these difficult times. Don't forget to share this content out. Also, please visit the link tree in my bio. It leads to all my platforms. I'm doing work on multiple platforms, particularly Blue Sky and YouTube. I am on TikTok, but I'm kind of waning off of TikTok right now because I ain't trying to talk in code about how the raccoon is in the dumpster and the pickles are on the sidewalk and try to get somebody to try and understand what the code that I'm trying to have them decipher. So, again, any bit of support is greatly appreciated. I can't do this without you. I do need your help. Please share my content out. Smash all them buttons. Take a look at my Barnes & Noble. If you just go on Barnes & Noble and type in Waffles Mcgrawl, you will find my full caseload. You will find the information about what it is that I observed while working for the Department of Labor during the pandemic, which is connected to everything that has been going on with the MAGA crime spree. I got my caseload as far as what's been done to me, what I have experienced, and also information about what looks like an incoming attack through the state of the backlogs and some of the legal aspects of the things that we're seeing right now. That information is available for free on Barnes & Noble. You just type in Waffles Mcgrawl on Barnes & Noble. There's 4 different books I'm publishing as we go along here because the situation is so severe that trying to type a whole ass book ain't going to help anybody if I'm just sitting on my butt and not doing anything, trying to figure out how I'm going to protect myself legally. I need a lawyer. I would like to get to Supreme Court so we can do something to protect our federal agencies. That's what all this is about. Again, if you can help, please do. Hit that share button. Hit them buttons on the screen. If anything, donations are appreciated, and we'll see you guys in the next video.
So the Olympics is great, and Joni for the others, the World Cup, Joni is the head of it. We had our top people, Wasserman. They all came in on the Olympics, and then I saw Joni, and we got the World Cup too. And it's only because they rigged the election that I'll be your president representing you there. I got both of them. I got the Olympics and I got the World Cup. And I said, it's too bad. One was in 2026 and the other was in 2028. And I said, I won't be there. I won't be your president. But then they rigged the election and now we won. So I'm going to be your president for the Olympics and for the World Cup. So, Joni, thank you for the World Cup. And everybody, thank you for the Olympics. We're going to have a great time.
Hey guys, don't forget to like, share, subscribe, and comment to my videos. And also, don't forget to check out my shop where you could get this awesome Real Patriots Punch Nazis t-shirt. America, fuck yeah! And if you go to the link tree in my bio on most platforms, it's got links to everything, all of my stuff. You can find my shop there. I'm on eBay. you can also get this cool Exterminate MAGA sticker, because MAGA's fucking cockroaches. And fuck MAGA, abolish MAGA, fuck you MAGA.
It's like a house of cards. Deals behind closed doors, secrets left unguarded. Greed and power rule the day, it's a circus show. Truth gets buried deep down where light won't glow. Promises are broken like cheap toy strings. Backroom conversations pulling all the strings. Eyes wide open but the blinds still lead. The fabric's tearing while their pockets feed. House of cards is tumbling down. Truth's a whisper in a deafening town. Shadows rule and daylight face. House of cards, it's a grand disgrace.